gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening? I'm back again today. Was on earlier today with Juha Ravios from Swallow the Sun, but I'm back again with my buds. It is Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I'm your host, Jeff, and to my one of these ways, I never get it right. I got Peter from Ireland. He's doing it again, folks. He's staying up late just for you. How about that shit?
The midnight hour.
Yeah, you're going to be burning the midnight oil tonight, burning the midnight lamp tonight for sure. And my brother from another mother, Jimmy, down below me here, Future Ruins. Peter does not have a YouTube channel. We always talk about this all the time. Peter does not have a YouTube channel, but he
still
has
hoping and waiting.
Yeah,
we're still waiting. We keep pushing.
One of these days.
Right. And this guy, we got this guy. Look at this guy.
What's up?
Straight from MDF infamy, we've got Mr. Nick Franco.
What's going on?
How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man.
How are you?
Good, man. You sound good. Everything looks good. So, Nick, I was just introducing everybody to this way here is Peter. Peter is literally it's midnight in Ireland. He's staying up for this.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, hardcore.
Visiting, or you a resident of Ireland?
No, he lives.
I live in Ireland. Yeah.
Oh, I can hear it. Awesome.
He's legit. He's legit.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And then next to you, Nick, is Jimmy, who you met before. You've been on
Yes,
a
Jimmy.
too.
Awesome.
What's up, Nick? How you doing, buddy?
Awesome. Good. I have that poster behind you right there. The Amorphis one, and I have the back patch on the closet behind me.
Nice. Nice. I'm gonna see him for the. Are you coming down, Nick? Are you going down?
Yes, you're going to be at Baltimore, right?
Yeah,
yes, I am.
Awesome. We'll
for you,
connect.
buddy.
For me. Okay.
Yeah, I got a few friends down there, and I'm just gonna. I said, "Fuck it."
Cool, man. Great.
I just texted. Are we live right now, or we're just?
Yeah, we're live.
What's actually going on? All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know those guys, so I was able to reach out to one of them and tell him that I'll be, fangirling down there. That one, and then I'm going to New York. Yeah,
actually, I talked to Opu, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, and he said he was interested in going over to Soundgarden, which is the really good record store down there. So we'll talk. That's Saturday. I was thinking it was Sunday, but it's actually Saturday.
Right.
I don't know why I was thinking it was Sunday. But
yeah. So they're gonna go. Okay, maybe I'll come down probably pretty early.
Yeah. So if I can get them out, we'll just jump in my car. Well, you got a car too. I imagine you'll be driving down now. So we'll figure something out. I'll connect with you beforehand since I have your number. But anyway, so the reason we're here, guys, is we should also mention that Nick is quite a regular feature player on the Sea of Tranquility, which is Pete Pardo, which is, in all honesty, the channel that I saw that got me started on this many, 3-4 years ago. Pete was kind of the model that I used to kind of tailor a lot of the stuff that I do on my show after. So props to Pete, and we'll get started here. We're going to talk about Amorphis, and we already did part 1, Nick, so I'm going to hand the floor to you for 10-15 minutes to talk about how you connected with this band, where it came into your life at, and the importance of those first 7 albums. You're going to have to make it kind of quick on the first 7, like synopsis-wise. Otherwise, we'll be doing that for, we'll be here till 5 a.m. for poor Peter, and that he's already dreading that shit already. I can see on his face. So.
I've already started with drinking whiskey. So.
He's drinking whiskey already, so yeah, there you go. But he is off tomorrow, so if we keep him a little bit, it won't be too horrific. But yeah, so we did the first episode. What was that, about a month and a half ago, guys? Somewhere in that range?
Mid-August. Yeah.
And we all kind of went through our stories. So I'm going to flip the stuff around here. Nick, I'm gonna bring you up and let you go first and talk about, where, when, and how this band came to you. For me, it probably was Tales. Tales was the album that I remember seeing the artwork and going, "Oh, that looks fucking badass," and then knowing that they were this Finnish death doom, and I'm like, "Okay, I'll like this band," and of course I did. So we'll let each guy kind of re-hit that when we start going. But go ahead and jump into how you came into the band, and then give me a rundown of your first 7, like quick synopsis.
Sure. So it would have been right around 1994 thereabouts. I had one of my best friends, who's still one of my best friends to this day. My friend Matt, who I went to high school with. He had a little bit deeper of a knowledge of underground music, and thanks to his room and cassette wall and all the stuff that he had, I went from Maiden and Slayer and Megadeth and stuff that was more readily available. He had a lot of the Relapse stuff. He had Amorphis. He had, like, I have the 7-inch here.
Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I heard the real grindy stuff first.
Sure.
Vocal Necrolatry, which is really an abhorrence track from Tommy Koivasari's old band. And so he had that. He had I guess the other EP he had. But yeah, so he had a lot of stuff like that. So that's how I first became aware of them. But like most other people, it was probably about a year later that I got a hold of Tales from the Thousand Lakes. And that was the paradigm shifting, one of the most impactful pieces of music I've ever heard. Such a clash of, not a clash, but like such a synthesis of, pagan folk sort of stuff with the death metal and the Moog keyboard style sounds and everything like that. A lot of times during this video, you're going to hear me. I always say this on Sea of Tranquility, that I don't have musician terms. And I realize when I'm extemporaneously trying to talk about music, I often stumble over because I don't have like the words. Like, I know what sounds I like, but I don't know. I say Moog keyboard. I don't know. They had, this keyboard sound that blew me away. Right.
It was the Moog. Yeah.
Yeah. So
talked to Opu about that, and that was what it was. They found it in the corner, like, "Hey, can we use this?" And
right. A lot. So, and one of the beautiful things about Amorphis, and I'm sure you could say this about a lot of bands that began before the computer age or the real internet age, was a lot of the most beautiful and wonderful and awesome sounds that we have from these bands happened by accident. And when you read Amorphis's biography that I have somewhere, here it is. This book by Marcus Loxo, which I highly recommend. Yeah, highly recommend this. Great read. They they stumbled upon a lot of the elements that made these albums, like Elegy after it in '96, so unique. In fact, the thing about Elegy that's wild is that lineup never made another Amorphis album before.
Right.
Particular lineup.
Yep.
And they had some gentlemen in the band, in the ranks, that were not from the world of metal at all, and they came together and made this unbelievable album. So, I guess you could say Tales and Elegy are my two favorite Amorphis albums. Hold on, my dog is scratching at the door.
Sure.
Come on in. He's a
Pops, let me in, man.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, you were looking for a ranking of those 7 albums?
No, we're gonna do the ranking at the end with
later,
all
okay.
14.
Yeah.
But did you have any like cogent thoughts about specific albums? You mentioned Elegy,
right?
Tales. Maybe just a 1 or 2 sentences about each of the first 7 albums.
Oh, sure. I have many thoughts. Few of them are cogent, but I have many thoughts. No, basically, so Tales from Thousand Lakes, forget it. Just absolutely unbelievable. And then, now they get Pasi Koskinen on vocals. Tommy was limited with his vocals. He did the death metal.
The death stuff, yep.
Right. But when they wanted to introduce the smoother, proggy elements, Pasi was a good choice at the time. I really do think his voice is beautiful.
Love those albums.
When they came out with the Against Widows video and stuff like that, I was like, okay, this is. And I tell you, I listened to the shit out of Elegy. It's one of the few. I'm not a big collector, but this is an original pressing.
Oh, nice.
That I picked up of all places, in Asheville, North Carolina, which is hurting big time right now.
Yeah, my daughter just moved from there last year.
My brother moved out of there, and all his friends. I mean, it's hell. So shout out to I think it was called Voltage Records, but shout out to Asheville. Anybody over there, please. I hope the help that they need right now. They're hurting. But in this awesome record store there, I saw this on the wall. It was $48. I was like, I'll take it. And I'm not a big. I collect vinyl. I don't really care about original pressing, but yeah. To
you wanted that one, yeah.
Look at them all angry, except for
That's still not bad for an OG. $48.
Yeah,
not bad, right? Esoholopinen never angry, but the rest of them were. But so I think now what you began to run into, which unfortunately plagued a lot of my 90s metal odysseys, early 90s, was everything was changing in music. And little did any of us know that when Amorphis was making Tales from the Thousand Lakes, even when they were making the Carillion Isthmus, which I thought was excellent forward-thinking death metal that hinted at where they were going to go. We didn't mention that one. Carillion Isthmus was very good, but even as they were making that with the battle cover and the medieval, themes, they were moving away from that. Even as they were making that album, they had stumbled across a Kingston Wall album while they were recording.
Yep.
I don't know if it was Tales, but while they were recording an album, they were sitting around a lot, as one does when you're recording albums. When it's not your turn, you're sitting around for hours, and their tastes kind of changed overnight. And they got into this wonderful band called Kingston Wall, which is a Finnish band, and they took a lot of influence from that. So you could see that they were going to go in a different direction. Now, I didn't understand it at the time. So when they came out with, 96 was Elegy, the EP that was made with that, which had the amazing Hawkwind cover, and it had the Lost Son and the Brother Slayer, the acoustic version of My Cantala. This was, I was down for it. I was loving it. As much as I was getting into black metal and all this stuff, there was something so magical about. And I think that was the perfect height of Pasi Koskinen's vocal. He was right where they needed him to be, and the results showed. Then I think when they made Tuonela, you could kind of see that they were going into a very, very laid back direction with flutes and a couple saxophones here and there. They were still being pushed, though, by Relapse with all this other death metal, and it kind of
was weird, yeah.
Yeah, and it began to. I was like, all right. In '99, I was like, I liked Tuonela. I think Summer's End is one of my favorite songs by them. It's the last song on the album. It's fucking forget it. So they did that. They did it well, but they were moving away from anything like Tales from Thousand Lakes as far as the death metal or the impact of heavier sounds. And and right around that time was when I was able to actually see Amorphis play.
Okay.
I saw them out, I think, L'Amour's with Moonspell.
Oh, wow.
In the late 90s, when they moved L'Amour's, it was it lasted for a while somewhere else in Brooklyn. And Pasi Koskinen was not a great front man. He was very weird.
Was he?
He was on tripping on acid, and he was just doing all this weird stuff. He had the fluffy, he just didn't look like the other guys. They were just
okay.
So you could kind of foreshadow. I thought Am Universum was a lot weaker, had some good moments, and then of course Far From the Sun to me is their nadir.
Worst album they ever did. That's going to be number 14. I'm just going to let you know that right up.
Yeah, same here. I think most people feel that way. I mean, and even that one, it's not that terrible of an album. It's just not good. So yeah, is that the timeline you want me to bring?
That's a good way to put it. It's not that bad of an album, but it's not that good. That's really what it is.
Yeah. What else I could say about?
Yeah, I guess we got it. And then what did we go to? We went to Eclipse. So we brought in Eclipse and the new sort of found direction. Tommy coming.
Do you want me to comment on that now?
Yeah, go ahead, because that was in the last part.
Yeah. So my interest in them had waned. I always loved, I still listen to the shit out of the first 3 albums and a bit of Tuonela. And yeah, so they get this guy, Tommy Joutsen, who was he worked with troubled youth. That was his job. And he sang in some other, but he was a real death metal guy. He loved punk and death metal and all that. And yeah, they bring him in. I see them on that tour in 2000, probably 6, I guess, by the time what you call it, Eclipse came out.
Mhm.
Yeah, talk about, I mean, it's difficult to even, I would say a similar paradigm shift in a band would be when Halloween got Andy Darris. They had spun the wheels off the bus to me with Jesus,
Big boys.
Michael Kiske.
Right.
And they had made those silly albums that nobody really got. And then all of a sudden they get Andy Darris back, and it's like, boom, punching you right in the gut. And here we are. Very similar with Amorphis. They all of a sudden got back on track, and Eclipse is just full of wonderful nuggets of
Oh yeah.
folky death metal with like all their cool keyboard elements. The lineup began to solidify, and they really took off. I mean, I can't think of another band that injected with a vocal shift, injected that much awesomeness into their world. I mean, maybe
that it wasn't thrust upon them. I mean, you could say like AC/DC with Brian Johnson, or
right.
maybe even to a slight degree William Duvall with Alice in Chains coming in to replace Lane. But you're right. This was Tommy brought them two things. He brought the ability to be a really killer death metal vocalist, but he has a wonderful clean vocal style. He has an amazing voice. And Passy had a unique voice, but he didn't have the voice that Tommy has.
He was also losing his mind, Jeff.
Oh, was he really?
He was also coming apart. Yeah.
Okay.
Becoming very unreliable, drinking himself beyond even what the Finns set the bar pretty high.
Yeah, they do.
And this guy blew that right out of the water. Yeah, he was just getting more and more difficult. And
Okay.
yeah, so
that's kind of how that went then. Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll rank everything at the end. I guess to you, it sounds like Elegy is a real high point for you, along with Tales. So they're like me; they're going to be in the top few, and probably all of us. It'll be interesting to see. Peter's the real black metal dude, the real death metal dude. So we'll see where he slots in here at the end. But I guess we'll start with we'll get right into this. We'll start talking about the album. So Silent Waters. Nick, do you have that? We'll let you go first.
Silent Waters.
Yeah, do you have a copy of it or not? Who
do.
brought copies? Because I didn't.
Oh, all right. Yeah, just give me one quick second.
Yeah, go ahead, grab it.
And
then
CDs for me.
Yeah, you got CDs. We'll flip around. I didn't pull any of my stuff because it's just I've been struggling with a lot of shit and digging through those boxes. I have to do it tomorrow for Marty, but yeah.
I was going to take the time to get this all ready, but I blame my kid.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Gatefold?
I don't know.
Oh, nice. Gatefold, yeah. Nice.
Gatefold, yeah.
So this comes out 8/29/06, 2006. Was recorded at Sonic Pump Studios, which I suspect is one of the guys in the bands, maybe Issa's place, or maybe they have a rehearsal place that they call Sonic Pump. That's probably what it is. Because a lot of the albums were done there, unless it is an actual studio. I didn't actually ask Opu about that, so
I think it is, and this was 2007.
Okay,
yeah.
So that was co-produced by Marco Hayatala and Miko Carmila. Now, one of those guys, I think it's Marco,
was in Nightwish.
He's the Nightwish dude. Yeah,
he was. Yeah.
Okay. And he is actually a fixture for several albums going forward for a while. But
he's a genius.
Yeah, until we get to the Tatgren and the Bogren stuff. It's on Nuclear Blast Records, and nothing major here to talk about as far as changes in lineup. So we'll let you talk about this album then. Give us your rundown of it.
Well,
favorite tracks, overall impression.
Sure. Yeah. So overall impression was that I'm not one of these people that if a band has made a classic album in the past, well, that's it. I'm open-minded with that.
Sure.
Like, yes, there are plenty of bands that, whatever it is, they made their best stuff years ago. They still make good stuff, but Amorphis, to me, this is the album that, okay, we're totally comfortable. Tommy's not new anymore. Tommy Joutsen, the vocalist, he's in the fold. This was, to me, the most comfortable. Amorphis was back. They were back, and to me, this vibrates at the level that Tales and Elegy does. It's right there.
Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah. To me, this is. I remember I had to use a laundromat in those days, And I remember like sitting there waiting for the laundry to be done and cranking this in my ears. Probably why I can't hear now. So to break it down, Weaving the Incantation that starts it is very good.
Yep.
But songs 2 through 8, including Shaman, so all of them, a Servant, the title track, all of it, 10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10. Some of the best shit they've ever written. The wonderful acoustic melodies and folky inclusions with Enigma and Shaman are, I mean, it's some of the best shit I've ever heard. I definitely, like I said, you guys know I'm into like deep into black metal and Iron Maiden and all, like a lot of stuff.
Sure.
Industrial death metal. I definitely like a lot, but there's a part of me that just, I love the ethnic folky stuff. The more references to old mythology and stories, the happier I am. And Amorphis, as we know, got a lot of their lyrical influence from the Kalevala,
Right.
from the Finnish national epic, which, as they've said, is like kids get taught that in school. So over there, so sometimes it might seem like, maybe a little like passé, but they made it so wonderful. And if I am not mistaken, I want to say, is this the first album they used Pasi Konalainen, I think his name was, the lyric writer.
You might be right. I didn't actually
Pekka, not Pasi, Pekka. I gotta get my Finnish surnames correct.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Pekka Konalainen, who is a magnificent poet. And I will say that I believe that it is a phenomenal decision on their part. They all speak English.
Oh yeah.
They all took it. They all
quite well, actually.
Quite well, way better than
probably better than a lot of Americans, actually.
Yeah, I'm learning Norwegian on Duolingo. I probably can barely speak, but I got to say that this type of metal doesn't have that that sort of charm that some of the black metal that had bad English in it that we love, like Immortal or whatever.
Right.
That had a charm to it. I think it's so good that they were like, listen, we're gonna hand the reins of this off to an expert who's very close to the band, works with them on their themes. Amorphis has some of the best fucking lyrics under the sun, and this guy, Pekka Konalainen, is the reason. And each the storytelling aspect of myth and stuff makes it so much better. So blah blah blah. Where am I? The song Sign, which is a bonus track on the album. Amorphis has a habit of making bonus tracks that are some of the best songs on the album.
Yeah.
I don't even know why they call it a bonus track.
Yeah.
And they did that with this album. So 10 out of 10 album for me. Fucking that's it. I don't know. I can't, everything else would just be repeating myself.
That's cool. Yeah. All right, Jimmy, we'll go with you next, and then we'll flip it around for the next album so we don't all get the last guy.
Yeah, I'm pretty much agree with Nick completely on this one. It's interesting because, like, since you missed the first half, Nick, it's like this band has had one of the most interesting trajectories in terms of like, just the discography compared to other bands, because like the first half, it's like they changed a lot and they experiment a lot and they kind of go to a lot of different places. And then when Tommy gets into the band, they kind of lock into this new sound and they kind of just stick with it for the rest up until today, and which is not a bad thing because these guys are just such skilled and masterful songwriters and just creators of melody. And I think that's, if you can do that, then you can keep the same template and still just be awesome, and so with Eclipse, they really kind of came out with the new direction and it just kind of made so much sense. And I remember where I was. This was the album that brought me back into the band after the early years and not having gone to that sort of mid period that I didn't revisit until later on. But coming back to the band with this album, it just, I don't even remember what it was, but it was, 2007. I had just moved to Denver, was living by myself. I didn't know anybody up there, started a job. I mean, it was kind of a memorable time for me in my life. And this was one of those records that was sort of the soundtrack of that year, just getting my 30s and just my 30s were really kind of like the best time in my life up to this point, and so it's just one of those ones that is very highly nostalgic for me. But yeah, I mean this. Every song is pretty much amazing. I mean, we're going to see the similar template going forward, but I mean, Eclipse really sounded like they had already figured out this whole thing. So I agree that Silent Waters, it's like, oh, they're in this sort of presentation of the way that they do things. And I mean, this is probably my favorite Tommy record, really. I mean, it just,
Oh, really?
it's it has a lot of moods to it, whereas like some albums typically might stick to something a kind of similar theme. This one kind of goes up and down, especially with a song like Towards and Against. I think that's like one of my favorite Amorphis songs. I just love the way that kicks in and just the brooding atmosphere that it has, and it's kind of one of those songs that like I haven't really heard them repeat that sort of. They'll have similar dark moods like coming up on certain songs, and then it also features Enigma, which is like it's like a neo-folk track, and man, I would love to hear them do more of that. They've never really done that, and just they layered the vocals, and it's really just a beautiful song. I mean, it's just like 2 or 3 minutes, but like I mean, it's just like a yeah, man, it's like a folk song, and it's just so cool. Eye of Crimson Blood, that's one of my favorites. Weaving the Incantation, Silent Waters. I mean, they really just kind of run through all the this one just pushes all the right buttons for me in terms of like and with Tommy, it's like the guy can just do anything pretty much, and his death growls are some of the best, his cleans are some of the best. He's got the look, he's got the front man attitude. If you've seen them live, I mean, he's got everything going for on this one. But just right down to the cover arts, and there's even a little bit of elegy worship in there. I find that, a lot of stuff, they're going to come back to elegy a good bit in terms of like some of like what Nick was saying, the Middle Eastern kind of tones. And, but yeah, I mean, the artwork, I just love how they, the whole thing is sort of like the sepia tone with the red hued swan. It's just really effective. Is this Travis Smith? I'm not sure if it is or not.
Probably. I think all their stuff is,
but yeah, this is another one that I actually need to have this in mind.
It's interesting too, because the logo there, where they normally just have it exposed by itself, they're morphing it from. They throw in the little all the.
I love that.
Yeah. That's the only time they do that, and they go forward from this. Now you'll see the Amorphis. It's similar to that logo font, but they have like the big long. I think it comes off the P. The bottom of the P stretches out, and there's like so they, how. I still love that original Amorphis logo, the original one that's on Karelian. It's like that's the one I wish they kept using, but it makes sense. They became quite a different band after that.
Yeah.
So they had to kind of, it was
it's kind of like how Enslaved went through like 3 or 4 different logos because they all kind of fit like what they were doing during that era, and this one kind of makes sense for what they've been doing for a while. Right. Looks good. I mean, that old Amorphis, that's the death metal logo.
Yeah, that's the death metal logo, right. But I still love it. I can't.
Is that the new? The
new vinyl? Yeah, the new one. They bring it back once in a while. That look.
Yeah, that's a killer album cover. I love that.
Yeah, but it is that album being
Black Day. What's it called? Black
Winter Day. Yeah, that's the new compilation that they just came out with on Relapse that Nick just showed. Right.
Yeah,
that's killer.
All right, Pete, you ready to jump into this one, dude?
Yeah, I mean, the guys have actually covered quite a bit of some of the stuff I was going to say, but like I was saying on the first part, I kind of jumped back in with a band around Eclipse, so I would have picked this up around at the same time as well. I just got the CD version as well, and I like the sort of darker art, and they're sort of taking out their sort of template and formula that they've laid down with Eclipse, and and this one there's a bit more sort of introspection and sort of darkness to it. Reading through, and the lyrics obviously are like Nick said on the Calavella. What I find really interesting about this one is that you got 4 songwriters on the album, and they all have their own sort of wee differences. How Santeri treats, for example, folk with a sort of proggy background,
Oh, for sure. He's the prog guy. For sure.
Yeah, and you contrast that with Essa, who takes folk and has probably a bit more traditional how he applies it to the songwriting. And then you have the Tommy K's 2 songs.
He's the more metal guy. He's still more the metal guy. Mm-hmm.
So, and then obviously that bonus track that Nico mentioned about Sign, that's Tommy Joutsen wrote that one, and it's actually a pretty decent song. And I think in the next run of albums, he only writes maybe one other song that maybe isn't a bonus track, because that's what I found when listening through it compared to my CDs, and then looking online. There's all different versions of the albums. Some have one bonus track, some have 2 or 3 bonus tracks.
Yeah, Japanese. The Japanese one has usually 2 tracks, and I didn't talk about the bonus tracks just because simply there was probably a dozen more tracks I could have noted, so I was kind of all right, I'm getting to the end here, but
yeah, so I just try to stick to what was on my CDs, but I think that was a very apt point that their bonus tracks are just as strong as the album tracks. So why they're bonus, I don't know. But with all those 4 different songwriters, they still write an album that's quite cohesive.
Yeah.
And flows together really well, which is an act in itself. And it's not like they're sharing songwriting duties per song. It's individual songs. So, and we start to see that throughout the next 6 albums come up afterwards. But I suppose for me, some of the ones that stood out for me, I just love that opener, Waving the Incantation.
Mm-hmm.
But it's I have down here, it's I like A Servant. I love the driving drums on Towards and Against. And Tommy's growls get very, very deep in that one. And then going back to The White Swan.
I love that track.
Which is the Tommy K song, yeah.
That's that one, quite frankly, is pretty fucking proggy for him.
And there's a certain sort of sway to how he writes the music in that one. And for me, it had the best solo on the album. And then the acid tracks that have been mentioned already, the acoustic pieces, and quite sort of mellow and folky. Kind of a throwback. Yeah, the Shaman for me was a bit of a throwback to Elegy with the use of the sitars and the flute in that one, which is something the flute we see come up subtly used in some of the future albums. But yeah, I mean, that's going back, it's one of the stronger albums for me in this period, definitely.
Yeah, I feel like you guys, this is a strong contender in the Tommy J period for sure. I'm not sure I'm as high as the rest of you on it, because I do find 1 or 2 that come up to be actually a little better, but I do like this one a lot. It's a good amalgamation. I mean, you could say in a lot of ways it's kind of Eclipse Part 2, but let's be honest. I'm gonna get to the elephant in the room. Okay, we're gonna go there. Okay, since bringing Tommy J into the fold, and Jimmy, you kind of alluded to it. The one thing I think that happened, there's 2 things that happened. Number one, it rebirthed the band. It brought them back from kind of the edge, because Far From the Sun was, as Nick said, not a good album, but not a bad album. I thought it was a pretty fucking bad album. I'm just gonna be honest. I just didn't like that album. I thought Passy sounded completely disinterested. Now that you've told us a few things, that may be very much why. But Tommy J really put some fucking fire in their bellies, right? But the one thing he also did was he kind of helped all the guys sort of formulate a plan of attack for future songwriting. And by that, I mean, I don't want to use the word cookie cutter. I don't want to use the word formulaic, because that's not really what these are. If you're a musician, you can really tell those things. If you're a casual listener, though, you could argue that going forward, these albums tend to be really good albums to really great albums or even exceptional albums, but there's not as many standout moments that you could find on like Elegy or Tuanella or even Am Universum. I don't, that album's like an 8.5 for me, but the first several songs on it are killer. And then it kind of starts to fade in the second half. It's pretty top loaded. Tuanella, you're going to find, is way up there for me. I love that fucking album. And I'm a prog dude, so I don't make no apologies for it. But and Elegy as well is super high. This album starts the consistent role that they've been on for the most part since then. There really is not going to be a dog in these next 7 albums. Whereas I felt in the first batch, Far From the Sun was a dog. That's just my personal opinion. Okay, I don't like that album. And it really was the moment where I turned off to the band, and it took me a while to come back and find them with Eclipse and go, oh, okay, this is, need to go investigate some of these albums. And I think it was Silent Waters actually that was the one that made me go back and go, all right, I missed this. Then I went back and grabbed Eclipse. Lots of killer songs. You know, the one thing that you can say about Amorphis is melody, man. They have, all these songwriters have an incredible ear for killer earwormish melodies, whether that be from the prog side, whether it be from the Finnish folk side, or even the Celtic folk side. Because I'm going to allude to a particular band in a minute here that I'd be shocked if anyone would disagree with. And from the more metal side, because I struggle to call this band a death metal band anymore, because I really don't think they are specifically anymore. They have elements of it, particularly Tommy's growl, which is one of the best in the business. I can't wait to see him live, because I'm probably going to be mind blown. But they are able to incorporate all these elements into the songs. Sometimes it feels like they're trying to do too much, though, on occasion. And that's where I think as these albums progress, we could find maybe some minor flaws. But Weaving the Incantation, man, that's a killer ripper right out of the gate. They're always good at having opening tracks that kick your ass. And they're always good at having closing tracks that generally kick your ass, too. It's in the middle sometimes where things can kind of become a little, wait, did I just hear this song? Is this the same? You know, that kind of thing. So Weaving's killer, great folky melodies, cool acoustic section in the middle there. Servant is really a great upbeat galloping track, almost kind of Iron Maiden-ish in a weird way. I mean, if you took out certain elements of it, you could go, oh, that's a fucking Maiden riff right there. You know what I mean? Very much. And they don't do that often. That's one of the ones that definitely is there. Silent. Sorry, guys. I'm really coughing weird today. I don't know why. Silent Water. I love that Wah-Drent solo by. Is it Essa or Isa?
Asa.
Asa. Okay, Asa.
Yeah.
That solo is fucking killer. Tommy sounds fierce as hell on that. He sounds huge. Silent Water is really hooky rocker. Very clearly, to me, kind of the radio song on the album. That's just was my take on it. Sounds like a radio song. Has a great riff in the verse and the chorus. The chorus is killer on that one. Towards and Against, that's a really big time melodic. Those guitar leads that border on classical are really incredible. Again, they're always kind of mixing the folk in there somewhere, somehow. Whether it be, you know, sometimes I had to say to myself, hey, that's kind of the beginning whistle, whatever it is, the tin whistle or whatever they use on My Heart Will Go On Forever. I hear that often, and so it's just one of those earworms. I go, hey, that melody, I've heard that melody 18 times before, but it's still always cool, right? Okay, Enigma, really cool acoustic ballad, great folky vibes on that one. Shaman, mid-tempo rocker that has a very Thin Lizzy vibe to it. Very Thin Lizzy vibe to it. I know it's Finnish folk, but it ain't that far removed from Irish folk there, Peter. I'm telling you, it's pretty close. And then the White Swan, dude, I love that song. That song's like the epic prog rocker on the album for me. I love it, man. And I love Black River. Is that the last song on the album?
Before
Yeah,
the
and then
bonus,
Sign,
yeah.
yeah.
Black
Before the
River's a
bonus,
great
right.
song.
So I didn't listen to Sign. I have it listed here, but I thought I missed it. But man, Black River, man, that's a cool, wistful piano ballad. Very 70s. Got a lot of 70s vibes, which this band keeps extrapolating more and more and more as you go through these albums. You hear a lot of 70s vibes with organs and Moogs and ARP synths and all that stuff. Yeah, love that one. I'm gonna go at 8.75 on this album out of 10. No real reason except for that it's a great album. I just don't find as many standout tracks as there are on Eclipse or Elegy or the earlier stuff. But as a whole, it's a great listen, and that's what I'm going to say about all these albums. Like I said, they're all great to excellent. There is no mediocre album in this batch, and yet that kind of works to their disadvantage. We'll talk about that at the end, okay? For me, anyways, that's all. All right, now we'll go with Jimmy. We'll just go down the way that we went, cycle back. I'll be the last guy always.
So can I just say something?
Yeah,
Sorry, before you start.
Oh, yeah. Anybody? Yeah, I forgot to say, if you have an interjection and you want to say something after we've all wrapped, let's do that. We'll do a quick one.
I just thought since you made a comparison to another band, i.e. Thin Lizzy, see I'm weaving the incantation. Did any of you get sort of vibes of Opeth on that one?
Oh yeah,
because I hear there, and then there's a song on the next album where again I'm hearing an Opeth kind of.
There's a big one coming up for me where I hear Grand Conjuration huge on one song towards the end.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. It was like, holy fuck, that's fun. Does Michael know you stole that river? I don't know. Actually, maybe Asa wrote it first. I don't think so though. I think this album comes out after Ghost Reveries. But anybody else have any thoughts they want to throw up there, Jamie? On that,
I was just gonna say I think we made. I can't remember, but I feel like we made an Opeth comparison on part 1. Maybe it was on Eclipse. I don't remember, but we were talking about how like they were probably looking at what was going on with some of the other bands, and it was like, wow, these guys are, because at that point they were probably they were past. That was probably Ghost Reveries maybe around then, but
you're right. We did make a comparison. I just can't remember exactly what it was. We were talking about exactly what you said, that
maybe it was that like we were talking about like maybe they just decided to put like everything they do and just make this big stew, like you know what I mean, like kind of like how Opeth is like they have a lot of different things going on in those records.
I think it might have been about Elegy is what we were kind of making.
Was that what it was? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look, man. You know what happens? I do these and then I never watch them again.
Yeah.
So, okay. How about Nick? Do you have a final wrap up on Silent Waters there? All our comments.
Yeah. So I think what you were alluding to about Tommy Joutsen and the formulaic possibilities. One of the things. So there's so many bands, right? Our walls are filled with bands we listen to, and when you really get down to like these deep dives, like what is it about the band? So Amorphis was lucky enough, fortunate enough, and smart enough to bring him in and keep him. I can't think of another vocalist whose growled vocals and clean vocals are so strong. Both are so strong. A lot of bands in this type of music used to get like the female singer and have the male doing the death vocals.
Yeah.
Amorphis manages to not sound commercial or forcing the issue. The only Tommy moments that sometimes, every once in a while, and I think there's one on like their next album where Tommy does the verse in a growl, but the music is demanding a clean, if that makes any sense to me. It can once in a while jar you a little bit, but for the most part, their choices on when he growls and when he does clean vocals is an elite choice almost all the time. But that you could see like like lately they've been doing the growled vocal and the clean chorus. Clean chorus.
But they were doing it. They do it sometimes otherwise. Sometimes they'll do
they
it
flip
clean
it around,
first,
exactly.
and then they'll do, which kind of at least gives you a little bit of variety to it. Because if you're doing it all the same way, it does become sort of a Oh,
I have no problem with how they do it. And I was going to say, just from the outset, I should have just said this real quick. I have no problem putting Holopainen and Koivasari in my like up with Smith and Murray.
oh, they're great.
In my favorite guitar tandems on earth.
Great guitars.
And I say this again, I'm not a musician. Sometimes when people talk about these best this, best that, best vocalists, that you're going to hear Dio, you're going to hear Halford, you're going to always hear the recognized, top people in each thing. I don't care how many arpeggios a guitarist can do. I don't care. To me, they're all good. They're all amazing. It's like magic. It's like, I always say this, musicians are like wizards. They're just like fucking wizards. They can do something that it might as well be sorcery to me.
You're channeling the ether, man. And
and like that, these guys can pick up their instruments and for 30 fucking years plus make music that raises the hair on my arms. And there's a lot of it.
Cool thing.
No,
cool
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so to me, as a guitar duo, they are almost untouchable because they can shit out melodies that you remember, and shit out solos and shit out choruses. How do they have all these choruses? It's like, so, and Tommy's voice to get with the clean vocal, I put him up there. He's in my top 5 vocalists.
Yeah, I would say, peak era Michael Ockerfeldt was maybe the guy that is like him, because Ockerfeldt has that beautiful melodic voice, and dude, back in the early 2000s, no one touched him for death metal vocals. I don't give a fuck whether you like Opeth or you don't. His fucking, listen to him on Brave Murder Day, man. That's what makes that album so goddamn good. And all those early Opeth albums, we got him growling again, so we'll see what happens. I'm still not sold he's there completely when I see him live, and I'm going to see him in 2 weeks tomorrow night in Brooklyn. So we'll see. We'll see how he is live. But he was the other guy. To me, he was like that. Holy fuck, how's he do that and go to that? How's he do that? That's insane.
That was the comparison that we made. Now I remember it was like when Amorphis got back together, they were like, man, we need a guy like that on vocals that could do everything.
That was it. That was it. That was where we went. Yep. We need a guy like Michael Ockerfeldt because
they knew they wanted the death vocals back too, and I don't think Passy was doing any death. He might have done
not at the end. It was
he didn't want to. Yeah, he actually, I think, either refused or just like wouldn't do it. Couldn't.
All right, Nick, we're on to not Nick. I'm sorry, Jimmy. We'll start with you on Skyforger.
Skyforger. Yep.
Yeah. So that comes out May 29th, 2009. Again, Sonic Pump Studios. Miko Carmela and Marco Hatel. I don't know how to say his name. I'm sorry. Hatelia, whatever. It's out on Nuclear Blast, and went to number 1 in Finland, which a lot of their albums have done in Finland. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean at this point they're on a really huge streak in my mind, and this is an amazing record. I mean, really, I might like Silent Waters just a little bit more, but I don't know. Any given day, I could probably choose this over that because it's just, top to bottom. I don't think there's a bad song on here. Everything, some records when it comes to where things kind of like, start to get a little samey, but like this one, every single song this is like this is a much more uplifting mood, I think, for them. And it's like, it sort of is the heavenly Amorphis on Skyforger, even with From the Heaven of My Heart. But, and they had some of their biggest, like, sort of hits on this with Silver Bride. That's kind of recognizable as like their, big hit. And I think they do it live all the time these days. And it's such a great song. It's really got some of the best melodies that they've done. But and this is like an effort that I wasn't paying attention when I was preparing for this, but I'm assuming that they're all writing on all these records, but this one has quite a bit of that. And interestingly, Joutsen has a writing credit on this, which is probably my favorite song on the whole record. It's the last track, From Earth I Rose. Amazing, epic song, and just has some of the nicest moments with just all the keyboards that they throw in there. It's like one of those songs that's just like perfectly written, like with the verse, chorus, verse, and there's like a coda section with the keyboards, and it's just so. I mean, it's just like composition school right here.
Yeah,
How you
there's
fucking write a song.
there's
Yeah.
4 Kaleo tracks. There is 1, 2,
There's
4S.
2 or 3.
4 ESET tracks, 1 Kuvasari track, and 1 Joutsen track.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's a
bonus
good.
tracks. The
good
bonus
mix.
tracks, Godlike Machine and Separated, are both Kuvasari.
My copy just has Godlike Machine as a bonus, and I think this was like I probably bought this when it came out 2009. Even then, I mean, still just like in my 30s, just another record for a soundtrack. I mean, I started like really getting into hiking around this time, like in 2009, and this was like kind of one of the soundtracks for a lot of those early hikes that I was doing. I go up to Rocky Mountain National Park like all the time, which is where I kind of like cut my chops as far as hiking goes, and this was like one of those records that I was always listening to driving up there. But it's just like it's a pretty perfect record. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to say like 10 out of 10, but it's just in terms of like the composition and just all the songs are just the right length. There's nothing really out of place, and yeah, man. I mean, it just really showcased, I think, where they've come with Joutsen and just this this sort of template that they laid out, that they could continue doing that and just write awesome stuff, earwormy stuff that just you just can't forget. So memorable, and just Majestic Beasts, nice and heavy. That's kind of is that the track you were thinking about for Grand Conjuration, or
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
says
yeah,
right
I
there.
thought
Ghost
so.
Referees, Grand
Yeah.
Conjuration chords, man.
Yeah, that for sure does, and
it's one of the best tracks for me on the album, for sure.
yeah, it is. It is. Highest Star, Course of Fates. Man, just a soaring Joutsen on this thing, man, just all over. And yeah, man, I absolutely love this album. It's great.
All right, Peter, I'll let you go next, and Nick will jump into you, and then I'll go last.
Well, I came into this sort of deep dive preparing for it with this amongst one of my favorites. Actually, with a lot of these deep dives, it moved down the rankings slightly. I do love the album, and I think even sent you a message when I was listening to it, Jeff. I forgot how uplifting it was. Especially, I just love the opening track, Sample. Brilliant song. The melancholic vocals at the start are some of my favorite by Tommy. I love how it moves into the really heavy Monsters riff and the Moog, and then the death metal crowd. Well, the deep growls come in. For that, there, of course, this takes to the climax. I do like Silver Bride, but I probably like it more for the catchy chorus. The verse, it was like, it's good, but probably not one of my favorites on the album. I do like From Heaven, or From the Heaven of My Heart. I like the way the piano intro just seeks into the hard rock and driving sort of track that Amorphis delivers so well. I think Tommy's vocals here are also in top form. I love Majestic Beast, as you mentioned before. It's that heavy track. The sort of Opeth influence that there is there. I actually put down, or Jimmy, you mentioned From Earth I Rose. This is the first time in this section of the deep dive I've put down Mega Banger.
Man, that I should have patented that or copyrighted
You
that
should
fucker,
have.
man. I should have. I swear to God, now I see other people doing that too. Logan does it from time to time, and it's fine.
Yeah,
and
that's a total-
I got a few in here too.
Yeah, because I suppose on Skyforger compared to Silent Waters, I think there's a bit more folkiness to it on a lot of the songs. Skyforger, the title track itself, has that great folky intro with the flute and the whistles and like just a guitar. But on that, they're From Earth I Rose. Yeah, I just love that the folky melody in it, and the whistle again that's being brought in. And you talk about the sort of Irish folk stuff, and you hear it here, and you hear it in a few of the other songs. And if it wasn't for that, there bonus track is Jim M, same as yourself. I just have Godlike Machines as the bonus track.
Yep.
But it would have been a perfect conclusion to that album. but I still enjoy Go Like Machine. It's quite an up-tempo sort of melodic rocker. I'm going into that kind of template we've mentioned there about Amorphis, where the girls are through the chorus, or the first, and then the cleans come in on the chorus. But yeah, an album that I absolutely love, but doing these deep dives is always really interesting because revisiting some of the old albums, and when it came to actually having them write down a ranking, just bumped it down a couple of places.
Mine dropped a little bit too, and I honestly thought this was my favorite of the post Eclipse. I always kind of separate Eclipse because it was the first Joutsen album, but for the last 7, I was like, man, this is my favorite for sure. And I listened to it, I'm like, it's really good. There's a lot of great tracks on. I'll get into in a minute, but it dropped 2 or 3 spots. I was kind of shocked in the end when I went, I don't like this one as much as I like that one. So that's why we do these, to kind of reevaluate and reinvigorate, going back to these things. Like I did a big deep dive on the Anathema thing last week, or no, when was that? Tuesday. Fuck, that was Tuesday night. Anyway, I had Derek Vella from Tomb Mold and Steve from Crypt Sermon, and Steve hit me up a couple times after. He's like, dude, man, this was the coolest thing ever. Like, I can't explain to you how I'm still on a high from doing this, to go revisit that band's catalog and connect with those songs again after a long time. Because let's be honest, man, we're all victims of this. Every one of us in this chat group tonight here have an enormous amount of fucking physical media, an enormous amount of shit that we buy, right? Just nonstop, right, Nick? Exactly. I mean, you can't see back here, but I got literally motherfucking. Can you see that back there? That right there is about 350 box sets, CD box sets. I'll never be able to listen to all those fucking things. I'm insane to have all those things, but it makes me feel good. It brings me joy and happiness, and that's what it is. But you realize sometimes you get this stuff, you're into it in the moment, and then some new shiny toy comes along, and you jump into that band, and you collect all that band, and then you know what I mean? That's kind of how it is. It's just the collector mentality, the music lover mentality. But this is why we do these. We go back to revisit, reconnect, reinvigorate. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Any other last thoughts there, Pete?
No, that's me.
All good? Okay. Nick, you're up on Skyforger.
Good. My internet is shitting every 2 to 3 minutes, so this should be fun.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys hit a lot of the points. I think Sky Is Mine is one of my favorite songs on the fucking planet of my life. It's just an absolute
awesome.
It's just next level. Yeah, I can't even describe these songs, some of them. Silver Bride is a fantastic one. Sampo, the first song,
great song.
Holy shit,
yeah, great.
With the piano. Santeri Kallio is just a monster of a musician. He's
hell of a musician, yeah.
Absolute goofball, fun, hilarious guy to hang out with. Jesus Christ. And he's generous guy.
Question for you. Do you find Sky Is Mine is very reminiscent of Elegy? I do.
Yeah, certainly.
It's got that vibe.
Interesting. My note says Tuanella vibes.
Grace, now you got the other one in. You got the cat and the dog.
Believe it or not, I think this is a dog.
Oh, that's a dog. Okay, it looks like a dog. It looked like a cat with a long tail when it first walked out.
It might be a rodent.
It could be. You're right.
Yeah. She's got a lot of input about Amorphis, right?
I bet. Right.
No, basically, what were we saying? Yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah, it does remind of some of the more galloping moments on like Song of the Troubled One or something like that. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, I think Amorphis was going from strength to strength with this one. You had some balladry with From the Heaven of My Heart. That's one of my best friends' song to his daughters. Which is a beautiful,
gorgeous song.
Yep. And the title track, Forger itself, is so powerful. They were right in lockstep with the myths and the atmosphere that they were going for. And yeah, it's I say it has, for me, 6 elite songs that are, completely, just absolutely elite classic ones that will never, never slip down from that category. And for me, it's the first 4 tracks on the album. The song "My Son," the title track. I believe that's 6. Yep, yeah, and then the rest of them are just really good. Your guys' enthusiasm for the last few songs is making me like question myself now. I'm going to go back and close out the album again because it's cool to see people being so excited about those final tracks. It's a wonderful album. Yeah, to me, and I got it. Yeah, right when it came out, and God, they looked like they were babies. That's Jan.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
He still had some hair. Yeah, Nicholas Ethelvari. We haven't mentioned him, the bass player.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. When,
Yeah.
when did he come in? Was it last album or
No,
was it
Nicholas
Eclipse?
came way early. I
Eclipse.
want to say, oh my God, I
Just
want to
after
say,
Tuanella, wasn't it?
Actually, you're right. You're right because Opu left
yeah,
after
Opu left to pursue his education, and
Am Universum, I think, is when he left his last one.
yeah, then Nicholas stepped in, I think, right then. Nicholas is a guy who, I mean, loves fucking grindcore and
No
insane
way.
death metal. Yeah, he gave me a CD of his. Oh God, it had To Separate the Flesh from the Bones. It was called. Yeah, he gave me that years ago, and it was just total grindcore, So yeah, they were just, they had a very good stable lineup, and this is just a wonderful addition to the discography right here.
Yeah, it was. Opu left after Tuanella,
Right.
and then he comes back in a couple of albums here. Yeah, I have a couple. Again, this was in my mind's eye. This was the album I was like, this is the one that I love the most from this era. Even honestly, I thought a little over Eclipse, but I don't think that anymore. This was one that did shift like Peter a little bit. I still love this album. I think it's a fantastic album, but Sampo's a great lead-off track, again, with the great lead-off tracks. Huge chorus, epic sounding, very Finnish folky. That chuggy riff breakdown section is super damn cool and not very Amorphis-like, actually. It's kind of not what their normal thing is. The Moog synth solo near the end is fucking wicked. Dig it. I like Silver Bride a lot too. I do kind of feel like it's kind of the obvious radio song on the album. It's the one that probably would have been the one that got the possibilities on radio. Skies of Mine is one of my favorite songs of their era. I love that delayed arpeggiated guitar intro thing that Asa likes to do, where he's basically doing a David Gilmour type thing, basically, more or less. Sorry. So I love that track. Reminds me a lot of Tuanello and Elegy, which are two of my favorite albums of them, so that would make sense. Majestic Beast, man, that's probably the heaviest track on the album, maybe. And again, huge Ghost Reveries, Grand Conjuration chords and vibes on this one. Still, one of the best tracks on the album. My Son, I'm kind of it's all right. It's solid. Highest Star, it's another solid track, but not super exceptional for me. I do like the flute on it, though, man, because I'm a big-time Jethro Tull fanatic, as you guys know. So more flute in all metal. Bring it on, man. Bring the fucking flute, bro. Skyforger, awesome track. It's kind of the name of it kind of gives you this, this is going to be a grand ass-kicking metal song. But it's a little more bucolic and acoustic-y and kind of chill compared to, the name of the song doesn't really accurately portray what the sound is. I love that one too, because I love that kind of stuff. Course of Fate. Oh, Jimmy, I'm with you, bro.
So good.
If it's not my first favorite with Sky is Mine, or Majestic Beast, it's right there. They're 1 and 1A, man. That again, those cool intro arpeggios, ripping up tempo track, really has a 70s vibe. It's one of the best tracks on the album for me. And then, man, again, carrying on that tradition of great closers for an album, getting rid of bonus tracks. From Earth I Rose, which I believe we said was Tommy Joutsen's one lone track.
Yeah.
Man, that track is fucking a banger.
So good.
That is a gorgeous track. It's not a mega banger, Pete. It's close, but it's not a mega banger. But it's a banger, 3-star banger. I think it's a 3-star banger. So, just so you know, Nick, we had this little thing. I started this. I don't know. I didn't start anything, but I started using like bangers, mega bangers, ultrasonic bangers. So now people make fun of me by using those things. So, but it works. It works. Like I said, I thought it was always my favorite post-Eclipse Tommy J album. It's still really great. I like the really proggy, heavy moments on it. But it did drop a little bit. It dropped a little bit. I'm going with an 8.75 out of 10. Still a great mark. That's nearly 90%. But it's a little less than I thought it would have been. I was like, oh, this is gonna be a 10 out of 10 easy, and it didn't turn out to be that way. So, okay, on to the next one. Where are we at? We're on Beginning of Times, right?
Yeah.
Pete, we'll start with you on this one. And
Yeah,
this
so
came out real quick. This one came out. Sorry, May 25th through June 7th, depending on your location. Again, Sonic Pump. Marco Hiatella does the production, and it's on Nuclear Blast. So go ahead, man.
Yeah, so it's the CD version.
Yep.
And this one had like 2 bonus tracks. So yeah, this is another concept album. I will try to pronounce this. Vienna Moinen, which is a Finnish mythological demigod who seems to be a part of each song, sort of goes throughout. Again, cover art by Travis Smith. And on this album here, Santeri, he has most of the writing credits. So there's a lot of, for me, there was a lot more synth. It was a bit more prominent. Keys were a bit more prominent this time.
Yep.
This one. Love another strong intro, Battle for Light. The folky keyboards and the acoustic guitar parts really sets a tone. And then Santeri with the second song. He's the first one on the second one on this one. Mermaid, where some female vocals then are brought in on the album. I thought this was a nice sort of very melodic, kind of bouncy, lively track. And then Tommy K comes in with My Enemy, and this is first kind of heavier song on the album. Nice clean vocals again. I really like the piano parts in this, and another strong melody from the band. And then we're back to another Santeri song, You I Need. Probably one of the more mellower tracks on the album. Again, really strong keyboard, melody, and guitar solo in this one. And again, on to another Santeri song of the Sage. Really like this song. A lot of sort of 70s prog kind of, I got sort of ELP kind of vibes from the keyboard sections.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like the way this sort of transitions into the folky section, bringing in the flute, and the Jethro Tull comparisons are hints of that there are very apt actually. And then this is when we get the first Essa song, which is 3 words. Really nice sort of meshing and blending of the synths and the keyboard melodies. And then he's on to the next one, Reformation, nice piano intro, another good guitar melody, kind of soothing, clean vocals, really nice harmonies in this song. And then Tommy K comes in with the Soothsayer song, heavy one, and then you start getting some kind of orchestral kind of sense being brought in here, and again, female vocals, and then there's kind of like an kind of Arabic synth section coming in with the turning riff. So this is where we kind of sort of see some comparisons maybe back to Elegy. I'll not run through all the rest of the songs, but I think this album finishes on some of the stronger ones. Crack in the Stone, which is one of the bonus ones, and Essa track and Begin of Time, which for me was I put that down as a banger. I love the cool sitar guitar melodies in that one. Another folky section that's been brought in. Really strong synth solo. Probably one of the more unique songs on the album. What I found sort of revisiting, Escape, that's another one I've down as a banger. Excellent song, really upbeat, very dynamic, really catchy song. What I found come back to this album was I thought it was maybe a bit too long.
I agree, 100%.
Or if they were going to keep the length, probably would have been better looking at the song sequencing to try and vary it up a wee bit and make it a wee bit more dynamic for me. So those acid tracks at the end, Crack in the Stone and Begin of Time, if one or two of them, but maybe placed a bit earlier in the album, just to keep your interest 100% throughout. So this one kind of would probably be ranking one of my lower ones for me.
You and I
this era.
Yeah, you and I are right on the same page on this one. Yeah.
So yeah, my thoughts on that one.
All right, Nick, how about you?
All right.
Beginning of Time.
Okay. Yeah. So interestingly enough, as they progressed here, I remember them saying that they sort of felt like some of their momentum that they had built with Tommy Joutsen was beginning to slip a little bit, maybe with the reception of the album, general interest gained from it. But I mean, it's still a very, very good album. And hold on, I just want to get my little notes up there. For me, it sort of peters out a little bit. Not peters out, but it gets a little less effective toward the end. So my favorite song on the album is actually the 10th song, Escape.
Oh, really?
Yeah, as far as like a what do you call it? Lesser known deep dive gem.
Yeah, deep cut.
of a song. I think Escape just has this. It's like a mantra. This song, honestly, the lyrics of it too. The chorus where he says, "Death bestows no wisdom, no might from death endowed. They say there is no return, but I made my way back home, back to life." It's a beautiful uplift, even though it is about the mythical figure that I won't try to say that Pete referenced. Yeah, just 100% phenomenal. It's funny because the album, On a Stranded Shore is the other one right before it that I just feel like has such a strong, beautiful crescendoed chorus to it that just gets you going, and some double bass drums from Jan, and really just it's like they vibrate at that high level once in a while, or more than once in a while. And I would say Mermaid and Song of the Sage are, as was referenced earlier, are just tops on this album. The song Soothsayer and the last song, Heart Song, which I think is a bonus, were meh to me. But all the other ones are good. My Enemy's very good. But those four I referenced are probably my favorites there. And wonderful, really subtle, beautiful artwork, you know?
Yeah, I do like the artwork. The artwork's pretty cool.
You're really into the whole mythology going on here. That's one of the things that I love so much is their Amorphis' ability to make you feel like a part of the milieu or the mythology of their homeland, because they're not, the lyric writer is subtle enough that the themes in the songs you can apply to anything, even though they're about these specific characters. So I think it's a really good album. We're giving our overall little viewpoint of it here. So I would say I have it as an 8.6. Oh no, a 7.5. I had Skyforger as an 8.6.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
We should probably mention too that they did, prior to the release of this album, and I didn't include it in here because it's not really original material, but they did a re-record of the Magic and Mayhem album. Which is all the early stuff pre Tommy Joutsen, they re-recorded with him on vocals and rearranged. And I have to be honest with you, I never picked that one up. Do you guys own that? Any of you guys own that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it any good overall? Is it worth owning? Worth grabbing?
Yeah, I don't think it's essential. I mean, when I want to hear those songs, I'm playing Tales from the Thousand Lakes, you know, and no,
Yeah.
listen, Tommy's unbelievable. The one release they made, an evening with friends at Hoovula. I don't know if you guys know that one.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. I don't have it.
Yeah, and who was referencing they like the more stripped down folky stuff. Wish they did more of it.
Yeah.
That album it's got Far From the Sun. It's got well, I can grab it in a second, but
Yeah.
they did that. They stripped everything down where it's like they brought down the distortion levels and just played the melodies and Tommy's voice, his clean vocals.
Is it live?
Yeah, it is, and it's on
So
YouTube.
it's a live, like almost like a semi-acoustic show.
Semi-acoustic. It's and let me tell you something. It's captivating. It's fucking captivating, and I wish like hell I would have gotten myself to it, you know. But it really. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm one of the people that for all the crazy ass heavy shit I listen to, I actually prefer Tommy's clean vocals, and I don't mind when they lean heavy on that in their material. You know, I like the mix, like I said, but I put Tommy Joutsen in my top 5 vocalists. And again, there's no disrespect to the greats of history like Ronnie James Dio and all that stuff.
Sure.
Where they belong. But for me in my life, you know, I have Devin Townsend, I have Alan Averill from Primordial, and I have Tommy Joutsen.
Wow.
Like, as my top 3 vocalists.
Nice, man.
Along with, like, of course, Bruce Dickinson in his prime, and you know, whatever. That's a whole other video we could do.
Classic greats, the classic greats.
But I really do think Tommy Joutsen. I really put his
great.
He has one of the most beautiful fucking voices.
He's killer, man.
Yeah.
I'm stoked to see him on Saturday night. Jimmy, you're up. What do you got on on this one?
Yeah, I'll start by saying this is definitely one of my favorite cover arts that they did, and especially you got to have I don't know what it looks like in the vinyl, but take the booklet out. There's Nick kind of showed it. There's just all kinds of really great artwork that they did for this.
Is that Travis Smith?
No.
Yeah,
is that Travis Smith? Is it?
I'll look it up while he talks.
I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, I know he had some hand in it. It doesn't look like his traditional kind of thing. Because I mean, you know, I know Travis gets used a lot. And
no, it is. It is
Art direction by Travis Smith.
Yeah, it's him. Yeah. How about that? That's very interesting.
I mean, everything he does is usually pretty great. I mean, he just gets used so much, you know. But maybe they felt that when they made a change after this, I think. But yeah, I remember when this came out, and I remember seeing the cover art and being like, "Oh my god!" You know, coming off the last 3, I was like, "This is gonna be, you know, mind blowing." Just something about the artwork was screaming to me like, "This to me looks like they're gonna kind of reach back into like, you know, the Tales era for some reason." It just gave me that vibe looking at the artwork, and I remember really anticipating it and feeling a little let down by the album at the time, and I felt like, you know, I kind of was listening to other stuff, and I kind of, you know, moved off of them for a little while. I felt like, I remember thinking at the time, I don't think I gave it enough chance. You know, probably listened to it a couple times and was thinking it just wasn't quite, you know, what they had done. It was good, and I honestly had not listened to it since then. You know, I dropped off the band for a while after that, and going back to it, I actually appreciate it a lot more now. I still haven't completely changed. I still think it's a good record. I think it kind of ranks fairly low for me, at least, especially for
it does
the
for
Tommy
me as
era.
well.
I feel like it was, you know, obviously like Pete said, it's a little more keys heavy. You know, there was something about, I remember like listening to it and like getting to the track My Enemy, and there was something about that little breakdown part they did in that song that kind of just threw me off. It was kind of like, what is this? It was a little weird for me. But you know, going back to it now, I still have been able to find some enjoyment in it. I think there's certainly some good tracks, like Mermaid, You I Need, Song of the Sage, Soothsayer, and On a Stranded Shore, like Nick was saying, that's a really great track there. And and the beginning of time. But everything else on here just kind of feels a little, I mean, they're at their best when they're doing their, these guys write so many great songs and great melodies. I mean, at some point, they're not all going to be as good as some of the other stuff.
Yeah.
And I just feel like on this record, maybe they just needed, I remember thinking like maybe a shakeup is kind of needed. And a shakeup doesn't necessarily come in terms of like, the direction of the music. But I don't know if it just felt a little less inspired than I felt on some other records. But, it's still a good record, and I still find some stuff in there to enjoy. But I think they kind of leveled out a little bit here.
I think it's interesting listening to our perspectives on. I will go ahead and say it. I think this is the worst Tommy Joutsen album, right straight out. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's a bad album. It just means it's the worst one of his catalog. Okay, I think it's a solid album. I think it's an enjoyable album. The problem I have with it is it kind of goes by, and I don't really see any highs or low points. It's all kind of, whereas on some of the other albums, the highs and lows are this way. They're roller coastery. This one, it's just kind of slight little ripples. There's nothing that goes, oh. There's a lot of good tracks, just a lot, none real. To me, no real monster standouts like there are on pretty much every other album. Battle for the Light's probably the closest that we get to a mega banger on the album. It's the opening track, very epic, very huge sounding. The intro is something they've done 100 times before, but it just sounds fresh and interesting on this one more so than others. And it's also one of their heaviest tracks they've done in quite a while, especially on the guitar front. It's got a ballsiness to it, I guess is what I'm looking to say. Mermaid's great, memorable track as well. I would say that might be also kind of the radio track. My Enemy is really savagely heavy, but the weird thing about it is it's super fucking heavy on the verses, the intro and the verses, and then it kind of goes a little weak on the chorus. The chorus isn't as strong as the rest of that album, and maybe that's what Jimmy was alluding to. You I Need, it doesn't do a whole lot for me. Song of the Sage is solid, really cool solo by Issa on that. Again, lots of flutes and synths on there, so it's very proggy and kind of uplifting. Free Words, solid track. Not much more to say on that one. Reformation, I like the piano and guitar intro, but again, it's not unlike something that they haven't done before better. Soothsayer, I believe, was a Tommy Kuvasari track, and I tend to usually like his tracks a little more sometimes because they tend to be the more balls out metal songs a lot of the time. But this one's very staccato, that kind of thing. And it's a heavy ripper, but it kind of just sort of stays on one level. Escape's a really, really solid track. That's Nick, where a lot of the orchestrations come in on that song. That's a heavily orchestrated song. Crack the Stone really has a cool intro. As always, very epic and huge sounding. Probably the most uniquely original track on the album for me is Crack a Stone. Sorry, as far as the kind of cookie cutter thing that they've kind of been in for a little bit here. And then the beginning of Time has a really cool intro. I like that droney sort of vibe to it, the Middle Eastern thing, which they do very well. They use a lot of Dorian. They use a lot of Phrygian. As I'm talking about modes on the guitar and on the keyboards. So it has that mysterious that kind of vibe to it. There's a place in France where the naked ladies dance. But anyway, that's just my version. I wrote that song. But yeah, it's a little long. That one just goes on a slight bit too long. But, there's some great tracks on this album. But it's kind of something that, in all honesty, there's 4 or 5 different templates that I feel that they use, okay? And in the Joutsen period, there's 4 or 5 different sort of modes of songs that they go into. There's the epic anthemic ones. There's the doomier, folkier ones. There's the Irish jiggy sort of ones. There's the Middle Eastern sounding ones, which really came in, an elegy. Elegy's where that really hit home. And they do well with all these. But this one just feels a little homogenized for me. Okay, that's this album, and you're going to find it's going to be kind of low on the ranking at the end. I'm going with an 8 out of 10 though, so that's still a good album. It's just that, and again, I got to reiterate, Amorphis doesn't, other than Far From the Sun, which I don't like at all, which I've made very clear, they just don't really put out bad albums. They don't even put out mediocre albums. But in the latter period here, it's a little trickier and harder to find like those mega bangers to kick you in the face and go, oh, this is fuck, man. I got to listen to that track 10 times in a row. You know what I mean? Whereas Elegy or even Tuanella and certainly some, Tales, there's certain tracks on those albums that you're like, I got to hear that again, man. I can't go forward. I got to go back. I got to listen to that song again. And that's what you want. You want to hear that. At least I do. That's what I want. But these are good. This is still a good album. So it's not like I'm shitting on it. I'm just saying it's my least favorite of this era. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
That's what you were talking about. The 20-year anniversary Magic. Yeah.
I need to grab that. I just wondered whether it was really, as a completist, I probably have to have it. But I just wondered if it was like, oh my God, I got to stop the presses and own it now. That kind of thing.
I think it's worth having. It's good.
Okay, cool. Excuse me. Nick, we're back to you with Circle, which comes out 4/17. Again, they had different dates coming out because they had a different distribution in America versus over in Europe, and so there were different dates. So between 4/17 and 4/30 of 2013, this was done at Petrax Studio and 5K Studios, again on Nuclear Blast. But now we've got Mr. Hypocrisy is doing the production. They finally headed out, and I guess they went to, where's Tackern at? He's in Sweden, right?
Yeah, BIS Studios.
So they went over there and let him produce. And go ahead, Nick.
Well, so yeah, this thing actually no, it was not at Abyss. Oh, he renamed it to Petrax Studios, like you said. Yeah, yep. Well, so to simplify it up, this Amorphis album is a Peter Tatcherigan Amorphis album.
Yeah.
And it's got a great cover. I mean, that's really, really cool.
I like that cover a lot. It's cool.
Yeah, that's more like the artwork that we're seeing from them. I can't find whose it was. Anyway, yeah, so this is an album that has some strong moments on it, but for me, it's the one that I would say, as you said, you referenced your least favorite Tommy Joutsen album. This is my least favorite Tommy Joutsen album. Yeah. And that is because of the inescapable signature production of Peter. And, listen, Peter is extremely successful. I've greatly enjoyed a lot of the music that man is behind, without a doubt. But I feel like he was taking something that is so precious to me and, kind of putting his fingerprints all over it, which that's what they hired him to do. But I feel like the production on this album suffers. The amorphousness of it suffers. Even though there are their signature wonderful melodies in it and wonderful songs. My favorite songs on it are Mission, The Wanderer, and Hopeless Days, which is so, wonderfully wrought. But I feel like you're listening to a Peter Tatcherigan album. It's so much his sound.
Yeah.
And I think it made Joutsen's vocals too claustrophobic sounding on the heavies, on the growls. And it's not one I go back to very often. Even so, I still give it about a 7. There's nothing bad on it, but those songs I mentioned are the ones that I consider elite. I think Shades of Grey is good. It's good.
It's a good track, man.
It's a good track. And Into the Abyss is good. Dead Man's Dream is good. But the other ones are just kind of, they don't really stay in my brain. So yeah, I mean, not a bad thing, but as we'll see as we move forward, I think even the band realized that Tatcherigan was probably not
the guy.
And,
I think too, you could argue a little bit. The guitar tones are a little different on this album than on prior and after when Bogren gets involved. it definitely has a hypocrisy kind of vibe to those amps, and that would make sense
Yeah.
because they probably used a lot of his gear there to get something new.
Sure. Well, that's what they were trying to do. They were definitely trying to shake things up. They felt like the inspiration was dragging a little bit with Beginning of Times, and they were trying to shake things up. One thing about this is especially, actually, they're all like this, but Essa is the one who I believe told me this, that they don't like they are one of the least stagnant bands. Even though we're saying they got into a comfortable formula, they kind of did. But I still find they get creatively restless very easily. But they didn't do anything like betray their fan base like a lot of bands that get creatively restless and just like shit the bed and make, I don't know if anybody, I don't want to shit anybody's taste, but like if you take a band like In Flames, that was a band that fucking owned the 90s as far as I'm concerned. They owned the 90s. Oh God, it's a miracle I'm not dead. The times I've seen them in the 90s and, fucking screaming myself hoarse in a mosh pit. That is a band. And then they were like, oh, well, you know what? Fuck what we did. We need to be Korn and Slipknot now.
Yeah.
And, and so, and whatever your opinions, it is
those
no wrong answers here.
I think you're right. I think we're all going to be on the same page there. Those early In Flames albums are killer. The ones after Reroute, like by the time they got to Reroute to Remain, it was
the shark was jumped. Exactly.
Terrible shit.
Right. And where I feel, like, for example, a band like Dark Tranquillity that gets sometimes pigeonholed as like, well, they're formulaic. Well, they're trying to stay creative within their milieu instead of completely going somewhere else. And I think Amorphis with Circle was trying to stay creative within their milieu while still injecting something new into the sound. And it doesn't besmirch their discography at all. It's still
right.
But that's where I put it, about a 7.
All right, Peter, I'm going to go with you, and I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, going into the deep dive, this is an album that probably nostalgia had it higher in my head than actually when I went to listen to it, because this album came out about 4 weeks after my son was born, and I remember picking it up at the time. So it's always associated with his birth. And we actually had a new house at the time as well. So they were good times. But revisiting here, it's one of those albums I listened to at the time and then I shelved. And I can see why I shelved it, because, like you, Nico, it's my least favorite of the Tommy Joutsen albums. I do think there's some good songs. Some of the ones I surprised I did like, and that's probably the more folkier stuff. And I do like a wee bit of folk metal, a wee bit of pagan metal and stuff like that there. So the likes of Narrow Path, I found it was a wee bit maybe too happy and a bit twee, but I still enjoyed listening to that one. The opener, Shades of Grey, really heavy, melodic, proggy, like the growls in it. Has all the hallmarks of sort of modern Amorphis. Another one too was the Tommy song, Nightbird Song. What I found this album was that there was a lot of clean vocals, and this is one of the, I think, probably the first track where there's like growls throughout most of the song. The tremolo riffing, the heavy opening, really good and catchy chorus. I like the verse in this one too, and I like the breakdown with the flute. Even though it breaks up the momentum a wee bit, they still then get back on track, and then they end out the song pretty strong in that one for me. I did like Enchanted by the Moon, and I thought there was a good flow to that song. And again, Tommy bringing in the vocals. Really good synths in this one. And pounding drums, and that's probably something in modern Amorphis. I mean, Jan, I suppose I don't always notice him on the albums. He does his thing, but there's certain songs that you realize actually this guy is a really good drummer. New Day, thought that was strong enough for this album. There's just sometimes to get into the sort of chuggy guitars and the riffs, which kind of turned me off a wee bit. And then my CD copy here, I don't think it has any bonus songs, but it finishes out with My Future, which was a bit meh. So yeah, just a couple of sort of highlights in it, and revisiting. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, this is probably going to sit on the shelf for a wee bit longer than again. So
Jimmy, I swear, remind me if I'm misthinking this, but I could have swore you hit me up and were like, dude, man, Circles fucking rips. Am I dreaming that?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I love
Okay,
this
because
record.
I think you and I are going to be the opposite of Peter and Nick on this, because I actually dug this album a lot.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because you know, like I was saying, I took a break from the band after Beginning of Times for a while. Actually, I didn't even know this came out, and I don't remember for whatever reason at the time. I might have read a review of it. I just don't remember. This was 2013. So I didn't actually listen to it until I came back to the band. When I came back to the band with the next record, which we'll get to. Yeah, it's funny, man. I'm such a terrible judge of production. Like I know like what I like and what I don't. I know what sounds good and what doesn't, but I didn't even know this was a Peter Tackren production. And so I never like put that together. I mean, like I don't remember listening to this and thinking I didn't like it, the production, but I mean, it definitely didn't. I could definitely feel like in other words, it's just not the first thing that I pay attention to unless it's a real noticeable difference for me. So I'm kind of like, but I know what a Peter Tackren record sounds like because I know certain ones that I particularly don't like. For example, Borknagar's Quintessence, which I love that record, but the production is just, it's a Tackren production. It's just so thin and just, it's a typical what he did in those days. And not to say that I dislike all his productions, but I think he's done some good stuff too. But yeah, anyway, this one, I'm kind of curious to go back and listen to it now that I know that. It's funny too, because I've got, I think this is the same one that Nick's got, but it says on the thing, Peter Tackren. I don't know why, I just never paid attention to it. But anyway, yeah, I mean, this would still rank, fairly low in the Joutsen era, but I still like this record a lot. I think there's a lot of good songs on here. I think for me, the songs on this one stick out a little bit more than Beginning of the Times, just because of the melodies. Standouts for me are The Wanderer, which I love the chorus in that. That's just kind of it's sort of a amorphous, like, what would you call it? I can't think of the word for the type of song, but it's just instantly memorable. Hopeless Days as well. I like the dark, sort of brooding atmosphere in that song. Narrow Path is really like just a fun song. It's totally minstrel metal, like
minstrel metal,
folky festival
nice.
Music kind of stuff. But it works. It's fun. I like the upbeat kind of feel to it. I feel like this album has a lot of moods to it, which I like. I like some of them. There's a bit of light and a bit of dark, and it's kind of cool how they sort of juxtapose that kind of between the songs. A New Day, the closer, I really like too. That kind of sounds like a Catatonia song to me in a way. Just like kind of goes a little bit differently than I've heard them. And it's kind of a darker song. But Nightbird song as well. I don't know, man. I think for the most part, I like just about every song on here. But I kind of just feel like I need to go back and listen to it with a new idea and pay a little bit more attention to the production like you guys are talking about, because for some reason I didn't hear that. But great record. I like it a lot. It's still not quite as good as what's coming up, but I feel like they were starting to find their stride here at this point, and to ultimately where we're going to get to next. So,
yeah, I was kind of surprised by this one. This one kind of really kind of knocked me out a little bit. I was kind of shocked by it. I do understand what Nick's saying about the production because he was kind of used to a certain sound. And I know that Tackren is kind of famous for his sound, like on the Bloodbath, was it the third Bloodbath album, and all the other stuff, all the Hypocrisy stuff, of course. But what I like about this album is there's a pretty good bit of variety in the songs. It's not just the 2 or 3 kind of template type tracks. So, for example, the opening Shades of Grey, man, that's a heavy riffer, man. That's chuggy, really anthemic, and it literally it's got that kind of like big stadium feel to it, which a lot of their openers always do. You can go back pretty much all the last couple of albums, they have that kind of a track. Mission is solid. I like it. I'm not as blown away by you guys by it, but The Wanderer I really like. It's driving. It's a driving song, man. It's up tempo. It's one of those ones you pop in the fucking CD player and you crank it super loud and you roll your window down to fuck with your neighbors because you just don't care. You want them to
say it's like an anthem. That's what I meant to say. That's the word.
Yeah,
it's like an anthem. Sure.
Anthemic, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I really love Narrow Path. It's probably the most proggy song, but it's also very folky, Finnish folky. Again, I hear the Thin Lizzy vibes, of course, the dual harmonies really grab your attention. And it probably has my favorite solo on the album by Asa. And Narrow Path's probably right there with one other track as my favorite. Hopeless Day is really intense, almost in tune like HM2 vibes on that one, just a little bit. The guitar sound has that really tight HM2 vibe to it, which is not a normal tone of theirs anymore. You know what I mean? They don't go for that guitar tone a lot, but I really like that. And then it gets more melancholic and pensive, and then that huge chorus, chuggy riff track. Really like that one a lot. Man, my two favorite tracks on this album, though, Nightbird's Song. Holy fuck, that song is good, man. Super heavy intro, just crushing heavy intro. And it's a surprise track because it gets kind of mellower, and it goes back to the heavy, and it goes to the mellower. They usually end up doing things the other way, but I love is it Nightbird's Song or Nightbird Song?
Nightbird's Song.
Nightbird Song, okay. Into the Abyss, man. That's a fucking banger. That's a mega banger, Pete, I think.
I forgot about that one, dude. That's one of my favorite on the album.
Dude, super fucking heavy, but still positive and uplifting with the orchestration.
Awesome chorus. Yeah, the chorus on that one.
Yeah, chorus is killer.
I like the synth solo on that one.
And then Enchanted, man, by the Moon. That's another great song. Heavy riff monster. Tommy J sounds menacing with his vocals on that. That's the one where he does the little vocal affectations a little bit, where it sounds like it's kind of gurgling a little bit. That's pretty wicked with some processing. And then the last song, man, I hate to say it, that's probably my favorite song on the album. The last song, A New Day, is just epic, man. It's huge. And yes, you're about to hear it. Bring me more saxophone in my metal, man. Just bring it, motherfuckers. I love it.
You can have it.
I love it. I fucking love it. Maybe it's because I'm a jazz nerd, but I love that way they incorporate that into it, that alto saxophone. So very cool. Another extremely solid album. Yeah, it's hard to ignore the cookie cutter vibe sometimes, but it doesn't matter. There's not one mediocre track on this album. And it's probably the most varied one they've done since Eclipse, I think, for me. I'm going with a 9 out of 10 because I think it's a heavier album.
Wow.
But it gets better. It does get better. So, all right, I think, Jimmy, you're up this time with Under the Red Cloud, which was... motherfucker, hold on.
15.
Yeah, I just September 4th, 2015, recorded at Fascination Street in Orebro, something like that, Orebro. Jens Bogrens, who anybody that knows anything about Opus should know about Jens Bogren or metal. I kind of look at Jens Bogren kind of like as Sweden's Andy Sneap, kind of. Give or take whether you like Andy Sneap's production. I like a lot of his productions. I think he's a little obvious now, but he's kind of like, Jens Bogren is kind of like the Scott Burns of modern day Sweden now. So, and it came out on Nuclear Blast, and I think that's it. So go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, and this is the new direction, especially with the artwork. And this there's a theme on these next three that I usually don't like this sort of like computer generated style artwork, but this guy I really like, because the more you look at it, the more you see like I don't know, just different I like just there's something about the patterns, just everything looks so neat and orderly, and it makes me want to like clean my room or something. Like you look in there, you see all just layers upon layers of stuff going on that I just think's really, really cool.
It's just a little note there, Jimmy, to add in. According to Tommy Joutsen in an interview, the 4 statues on the cover represent the 4 wise ones, while the snakes are from the dark path.
Okay, well, that's cool.
That's badass.
Go ahead. Are you there?
Most of my Amorphis stuff is on CD, but this was the album that brought me back into the band at the time. I remember specifically, I think I saw a review I don't know if you guys go to Teeth of the Divine. It's a review site, but I think I saw a review of this on there, and I was like, let me check back in with Amorphis, and was just blown away by this record. I think it's them really at their best, I think. And I remember thinking, wow, they're going to I think they had announced at the time this was going to be like a sort of trilogy, but to me, it felt like just as terms of the songwriting prowess was I don't know, they've found some inspiration here and just made some of the best songs, for me. I love, and you can tell like the production does suit it as well. It's really big sounding, clear. You can hear everything so perfectly. I just love right off the bat the opening track, just a typical opening song for an Amorphis record, but just so much variation in it, with the growls and the cleans. I love just everything, just the way that Tommy comes in on this. Like, it's just kind of gives me goosebumps in a sort of way, like when he starts singing the verse. And I love the guitar solo, like the solos on the song, like how the guitar and the keyboard, like they sort of like swap solos, and they kind of like sort of weave into each other. So cool how they do that. The 4 Wise Ones is probably the greatest riff they've ever written for me. I just love it's a death metal riff too.
Yeah.
I love that riff, man. It's just so cool, so killer. Probably my favorite song on here. Bad Blood as well. Just epic, man.
That's my favorite track.
It's Tommy on this thing. He's always great, but just on this record specifically, he's just on point. I like that there's some Thousand Lakes in here too. The skull. There's a callback to First Doom on that song.
Oh yeah.
And there's some, but it's like a little bit of old and new in that song with, there's some Floydian kind of solo, and it's just get back with a little bit of minstrel metal with Death of a King,
Minstrel
but it's
metal.
Yeah, it's fun.
I love it, minstrel metal.
Everything, every song on Sacrifice, great chorus on that one. That's a real standout, like Amorphis style. It's just straight template, but so good. Dark Path, it's a little too cheery in a way, but it's still great, yeah, man, some more Elegy and Enemy at the Gates, some more minstrel metal, Tree of Ages. That's like the most like carnival-esque song on here.
That's great. That's pure fucking Ren Fair shit. That's Ren Fair shit, man. Come on now.
That's total Ren Fair shit.
I want to go out and get a fucking tunic and a codpiece and just dance around my fucking bedroom when that.
Oh yeah. And White Knight, it's such a great closer. The female vocals are awesome. It's just every song on here is killer. This is where it's going to get hard to rank stuff when we get into the Tommy records, because this could easily be my favorite. But
it could be mine as well. Yeah.
But man, this one brought me back in hard with the band, and this was also the first time I ever got to see them play live. Was
okay.
Because I don't know. See, I live in Colorado, so I don't know that I've ever had the opportunity to see Amorphis. Maybe they came to the East Coast some, but they weren't.
Yeah, I have a couple times, and I blinked on them. They were other.
I feel like there was a good bit of years where they never came to the U.S. Right?
they did their okay, so who's the guy that who's the person that arranges all of that shit? What do they call it?
Promoter.
But for the band that works for the band.
Their
No.
their booking agent.
Their booking agent. No US for
Yeah.
a long time.
Yeah.
I befriended them on the Eclipse tour. Me and my friends, they were just like, yeah, let's hang out. They were just such sweethearts of people. And yeah, it was not to be until I want to say this one, or let me not misspeak, but somewhere around,
I think it was this album.
yeah,
It's
is
this
where
album.
they
Yeah, 'cause
finally
I've
got,
and I'll show you. I don't know if you can't really see it up here, but it's
yep,
tour poster signed
see it.
for that. And
Oh,
that
nice.
was the first time I got to see the band. It was
Yeah.
them, and Swallow the Sun was with them.
Oh, nice.
And
That's a
Oh,
perfect
man.
bill. Perfect bill.
and they were God, they were so good. I was so back into the band at this point with this record, man. So, but seeing them live was great, man, and they did a lot of great stuff on that show, and it just felt like they had so much energy on stage. Just probably had not been back in the States for a while. I remember it was a really good turnout here in Denver, and yeah.
All right, Pete, your turn.
I was going to say it's almost like you've stole my homework there, Sammy, for a lot of this here, because this is the first time I got to see them,
Oh,
and this
really?
is actually the first time that they played Ireland. Well, it was
Wow.
2016, but it was on this tour, and
That's
they've
killer.
only
That's
played
so cool.
Ireland twice, so the Halo tour, which I didn't get to see unfortunately, but yeah, for me this album is superb. One of their best albums, definitely. Without giving too much away, my favorite, Tommy Joutsen
Nice.
era album. I think what I noticed about going back through this deep dive is that they have a knack of. There's bands out there who do folk metal. There's bands out there who do Middle Eastern type metal. One in particular I'm a massive fan of, Orphan Land from Israel.
Oh yeah, they're great.
Yeah, they take what they do and make it better. And those guys are like they're experts in that. The Cruachan, who are from Ireland, if you know them, there's songs in here where they take what Cruachan do, and if you know the Brazilian band Tuatha De Danann, who do, I'm good friends with Bruno, the singer. They do sort of he loves Ireland. They do all Celtic metal. They take what they do and make it better. They just have this knack. Obviously, top musicians and songwriters. For me, this was heavy, melodic, dynamic, varied, engaging throughout. Everyone's in top form, and I thought they sounded a bit reinvigorated, especially after
Agree.
the previous two albums.
Agree.
Under the Red Cloud, fantastic opener. Well composed, flows really well. The guitars are dominant. There's a good mix of the growls and the cleans. Really solid melody. Superb keyboard solo. It's really vibrant. It's just this big opener. Have down mega banger, of course. The Four Wise Ones. The guitar riff is one of my favorites on the album. Love it. Heavy, up-tempoed. Really cool middle section of this song. I think Tommy's growls are excellent, and this has a sort of real head-banging vibe for me. Another band too that I will throw in there, I got a bit of Enslaved vibes with this track.
Little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Bad Blood, like Jimmy said, excellent. Guitar to the star of this intro here, more growls. They make the cleans and the chorus shine through even more due to that real contrast. The Skull, Tales. I had this here, reminds me of Tales era. Another heavy track, cool Hammond organ in the bridge. I really like the chorus, is really catchy and memorable. The folky melody is subtle, but it gives me those Tales vibes. Death of a King. I like the sitar type sound opening, the exotic percussion, with a wee whistle melody, very Middle Eastern sounding. I like the way it progresses into another catchy, clean vocal in the chorus. Dark Path have the mega banger, killer riffs, superb growls, driving rhythms, cleans are good, and there's another cool transition into that piano section, clean guitar, and then the sort of shuffling drums that builds up and throws you back into the fray of the riffs. Enemy at the Gates got that Arabic kind of opening. Another favorite vocal performance here from Tommy, especially in the bridge just before the death crowds come in. Tree of Ages, I've got down here Irish question mark. This is where I sort of thought of the Cruachan kind of Tuatha vibes, almost like a folky jig.
It's a jig, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I have.
And I love the solo in this song too. Probably a song you might want to dance to if you have a few drinks into you. White Knight, probably the first kind of mellower song on the album after such, what's that year, about 7 songs in there. Again, there's some nice sort of mythical kind of female vocals coming in this track, which I really liked. The Tommy K song, Come the Spring, big uplifting pianos opening, another vibrant up-tempo song. It doesn't stop to let you take a breath. It's in and out, job done. And then I have, it must be a bonus track here, Winter's Sleep then. Another heavy song, nice piano melody, and a great soaring chorus. And another top song to end out the album for me. So yeah, absolutely love this album.
Nick, before you go, I just wanted to throw a note or two in here of stuff that I missed. So this album was the last for Nicholas Lavari, however you say his name.
Good. At the Lavari.
Opu returns on Queen of Time. Also, we should note, given that I spoke to Yuha today, this album has Aaliyah Starbridge on it. And Aaliyah was Yuha's partner for many years and has an absolutely beautiful voice. If you've never heard, what is their thing? Trees of Eternity, is it? Is that what it is? Yeah, it's Tree of Eternity, Trees of Eternity.
Is she the one that died?
Yeah, she had breast cancer.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Cancer of some form. And man, what a voice. Holy fuck. Just heartbreaking, man. She's on a couple different tracks. And Martin Lopez. Everybody remember Martin Lopez?
Mm-hmm.
The Opeth drummer from the Damnation and Still Life. And still, to me, one of the best fucking drummers out there. That guy just fucking insane. I saw him many times up close person. Dude's a monster drummer. I don't like his new band that much, but I'm not a big fan of that Soen band too much. But he plays on Death of a King. So, all right, Nick, you're up. We're moving pretty good. We might even get this done in about 2 hours and a half, somewhere in that range.
This is
Ooh, what's that?
Ukan Vasara. It's the Finnish Thor's hammer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's another, just what cool artwork.
What is it though? What is it? The album?
This is this version, the
Digipack
version. That
it's the Finnish version.
Yeah, and I think that's Ukko, the thunder god.
Okay.
Of Finland. How fucking cool is that?
Yeah.
This version has that concert I referenced earlier, An Evening with Friends at Huvula.
Okay. Is that
I just put it on my Spotify list when you were talking about it because I haven't heard it yet.
Is that a bonus album with the Red Cloud thing? Is that what you're saying?
It's going to captivate you. If I may, the song list for An Evening with Friends at Huvula: Enigma, Far from the Sun, Silent Waters, My Kantala, Silver Bride, Sampo, Alone, The Wanderer, and Her Alone.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Fuck. Made for Maniac Concuss. Made for Maniac.
Nick, is that a bonus disc on the Red Cloud? Is that what you're saying, or no?
Yeah, I have. It's another version of the album.
Okay,
released a little later. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's got I think it even has a DVD or something.
Right.
Remember those? But
I do remember those.
yeah, maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm crazy. Anyway, you guys, you all said it. Like this album is goddamn near perfect, man. It's just an absolute it's just a monster. Callio's track, the opening track, the title track, Under the Red Cloud. Wow. Was it, Jimmy? You said it gives you chills the second it starts, right? And now forget about it.
Absolutely, every time.
Yeah, this is the chef's kiss of melodies and beautiful, beautiful poetry. Again, kind of lining, fucking guy. What an amazing poet. Four Wise Ones, Bad Blood, and the Skull are all really goddamn good and really solid. I mean, yeah, then you're right into the middle of the album. Death of a King, Sacrifice, and Dark Path are my three, like, tens, I guess. Or what did you say? Banger? Ultimate banger?
Ultimate mega bangers. Mega bangers.
Banger, yeah. Along with Under the Red Cloud itself.
You just wait until Nick takes that over to Sea of Tranquility. Then I'm gonna start filing patent or not copyright claims.
I'll yeah. Look, pay attention. I'll buy you drinks in Baltimore.
We're good. We're good. Man. I'm just kidding.
No, I hear you. So the end of the album, White Knight, is just, oh god. And you know, I always say I don't like happy, uplifting music, but I do when they do it.
Yeah.
And Come the Spring is like, you know, like when I drop dead, like play that at my funeral, like you know, Come the Spring is just, my god, it's just so fucking awesome. The lyrics just, oh my lord. And Winter's Sleep is another just phenomenal ending. You know, you're talking about a band. I think somebody was saying, one of you was saying earlier that, you know, it's difficult to even consider Amorphis a death metal band.
I said that.
Yeah, broadly speaking, they're a melodic death metal band, but they have this license that they've created where they can write super heavy shit, but they can also write songs like Come the Spring, Winter Sleep, White Knight.
Yeah.
And not be cheesy.
Yep.
Not devolve into like poppy. All right, dog. Jesus. Come on. Go.
Doggy saying, let me out. I won it in about 5 minutes, so it went back in, probably.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And by the way, this to nerd out, Jan handed me this.
Oh, cool.
One of their scores, yeah. But he like walked up and like just handed it to me, like, "Hi, Nick."
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, it's not like he threw it. He was just like, "Here." But
Cool.
yeah, they're what a sweetheart of a human. You want to talk about a wonderful group of people, and I think it's one of the reasons why we're so in love with their music is they all pretty much get along. Nicholas did not. He left under he had a philosophical difference with something to do with their management or their touring, and he didn't leave because they disliked each other. So this does mark the end of the lineup stability that had been in place since what did we say? Since
2000.
Since Eclipse.
About 2000, yeah.
Well, yeah, getting Joutsen in there, you know, and losing Posse. But so this, I was nervous when he left because, you know, you're like, you ever have this feeling, guys? We've all been in this game. We're all probably around the same age. Like, you know, you just wonder how long can a band keep blowing me the fuck away?
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, Under the Red Cloud is just like Silent Waters. We're right back to elegy level for me, you know. So they're showing that they're getting older, not old, you know, but they're not in any way slowing down. They're doubling down, you know. They're doubling down. They're playing to their strengths. They're not afraid to make a White Knight song,
right? Exactly.
You know, because they got the Death of a King and you know, Bad Blood, like we said. So they're really at the top of their strength here, you know. They're at the top of their strength, and one can say, where are they going to go from here? We'll find out.
We'll find out in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly thought Eclipse was my favorite Joutsen album, but I changed my mind after listening to this. I remember getting this and, you know, kind of going through Beginning of Times and Circle, which I like. I like them both. I was very high on Circle, but I wasn't like mind fucking blown. This is the album that kind of pulled me back in and went, oh, wow, holy shit. Because every track is either a banger or a mega banger or an ultra mega banger. So I just make this shit up on the fly, man. What the fuck? I got a little buzz, so it could get really weird. Under the Red Cloud, man, fucking killer opening track. Like always, they just kick you in the balls right out of the gate every time, right? And very Celtic, very folky, but very heavy, man. Four Wise Ones, like you guys said, that fucking riff is badass. Not my favorite song, though, man. Bad Blood, dude. Man. Reminds me a little of the Bee, just a little bit of the Bee, which is foreshadowing, but it has that vibe. But that main riff is fucking smoking, man. It really works with Tommy's gutturals, which are incredible on this song. The clean chorus is, it's just, it's one of their better, to me, Bad Blood is one of their better later tracks of the second half of the year. It definitely is one that I hope they play. I didn't look at the set list. I will. I cheat. I'm not one of these dudes like, I just want to be surprised. I'm like, fuck no, man. I want to know what they're playing so I can bitch about what they're not playing. But no, for me, it's all going to be new, so it doesn't really matter. The Skull's another ripper, man. I love that heavier track, man. I think that fucking track rips. Death of a King, the intro. This is what I said. That intro sitar shit is wicked. And this is another super heavy track. I love it. Definitely up there in the top 2 or 3 tracks on there. Killer Wah solo, just heavy but crazy melodic. And again, you got the pedal tones with the drones, the Middle Eastern, probably Dorian, Phrygian. Nasty, man. And it also retains a bit of kind of a mystical vibe to it. This band can create sort of an ambience and atmosphere mysticism through their Finnish folk connections and just the way they write songs, right?
Certainly.
Sacrifice, killer track, another banger. And even some tapping in the solo, and they don't do a lot of Eddie Van Halen, Widdly Wanky solos like that. They're great players, both of them. I think, does Asa do most of the lead work?
I think so.
Primarily, that's what I thought, yeah. Great players, both of them, and Asa's great. But he's not one of those, toast and a bossy, all over the place. He very much serves the song with his solos, which are always on point. Dark Path, huge chorus, another banger. The mellow interlude section is killer, and the death growls on that particular song are some of his best, man. They're just fucking fierce.
Yeah.
Enemy at the Gate, another truggy riff, very orchestrated, heavily orchestrated. And then a very unusual verse section that's kind of unlike normal Amorphis, where the vocals follow the synth line. They don't do that often, but on that track they do quite a bit. Huge synth orchestra sounds on this one. I like it a lot, but it's not my favorite. Tree of Ages, Ren Fair, Celtic vibes, jig like always. These are great tracks, very Thin Lizzy-ish, but I don't know what I wrote there. I don't know what that word is. Love the dual guitar lines on here. And then White Knight. I'm going to be blunt with you, man. One of their best closers of all. It is fucking amazing. And it's not a heavy track, not super heavy. But the heavy and mellow sections are kind of reflective of one another. They work off of each other, and they just captivate you and keep you sort of locked in. And again, heaviness, yet tons of melody. Chances are taken on this album. This is the reason I like this album. They're taking some new chances, kind of like they did with Elegy or Tuanella. They're not this is the one album I think that really falls far outside the whole cookie cutter thing that I brought up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of shocked at how much I dug this when I listened to it. So it's going to rank pretty high. And again, I say, and the production is about perfect. Best album of what I call their phase 2, which is really their phase 3. Phase 2 is actually the Passy stuff. Phase 3 would be the Tommy Joutsen. I don't know why I wrote that there. So this is definitely my favorite Tommy Joutsen album. And it's if you're going to get one Tommy Joutsen album, this is the album to get, in my opinion. I think the next 2 are great. They're awesome. Next one in particular. But this album has it all. It's a 9.5 out of 10. All right. Who'd I go to first last time? Jimmy? I think it's Peter's turn.
Yeah, I was first last time.
Huh? So Peter?
Yeah, I was first last time.
Or no, Peter went first. So maybe it's Nick. I don't
No, it
remember.
was,
Might
no,
be.
I went second.
Who went first? Nick?
Jimmy went first last time, then I went second. Then,
Oh, and then Nick.
yourself.
Okay. All right. So I think it is Nick's turn to go first. All right, Nick. I'm sorry, man.
Queen of Time.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Queen of Time.
There
Thank
it
you.
is. Yeah.
That came out
2018.
Yep, 5/18/18. Again, Fascination Street. Again, Jens Brogren. Again, Nuclear Blast. Opu is back. Annika van Giersbergen, however you say her fucking name. Annika. You just say Annika.
Annika,
Do you need to say anything more?
Yeah.
Sings on Amongst the Star. And crazily, this part fucking blows my mind. On the bonus track, Honey
Not do.
Honey Flow. Honey Flow.
Honey Flow.
The lead guitar solo is done by one Akira Takasaki from Loudness. That's a weird one. I was like, whoa,
I
what?
didn't know that.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck, man?
That's fucking cool.
You can
Wow.
tell. You can tell it's him. It doesn't necessarily fit the song perfectly, but I was like, wait, how that happened? I'm gonna ask the guys when I'm seeing them. I'm like, how the fuck did you get Akira Takasaki on this? You know? Weird.
I was today years old when I didn't know that.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
cool. That's cool.
All right, so rip into it, Nick.
I'll rip into it. So yeah, I remember being like, nervous, like, oh man, Under the Red Cloud was so fucking good. Like, can they do it again? They did it again. They did it again.
Pretty damn close.
Yeah. I would say for me, I put this one little tiny sliver ahead of Under the Red Cloud.
Wow, holy fuck.
Yeah, a little bit. Not a lot. And you never know. From one day to the next, it might be different. But in my official estimation, I put Queen of Time a little bit higher.
Interesting. Okay.
Everybody,
they're pretty damn close.
they're
There's
pretty
no
damn
question about
close.
that,
Yeah, it's minimal. It's a minimal difference. But as you guys were saying, you associated certain albums with certain good and bad times in your life, and
Sure.
I'm the same way. And I just remember going to a friend's house for a couple days with my dog family, my daughter and everything. And we're up there, and it was like he had this house by the mountains in Vermont. So it was like this gigantic, beautiful field, forest, mountains. And the album had just come out and put it in, and I took a walk in the, you have the mist. It was like late summer. I mean, this definitely helped, the album settle in. And I'm like, holy shit, these motherfuckers.
Hey, Nick, hang on one sec, dude. You're buffering a lot just suddenly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with my internet.
Yeah, I'm losing your voice. Tell you what, do. Jump out and jump back in a minute.
Out of the
Yeah,
show?
just go all the way out and then come back in because you were really your picture's getting wonky too.
I'm gonna
Yeah, just reboot. All right. Peter, why don't you go ahead and start here with this one? We'll come back when he's in.
Yeah. And
Oh, he's
follow
back.
up.
He's back.
Oh,
Hold
okay.
on. All right, Nick. Let me see where you're at.
sorry. All right. Are we
That's
good?
better,
Yeah, I don't know.
that's
I gotta go visit the cable company and
You're all right. You're good now.
Put
I
us-
have it happen to me. Unfortunately, during my interview with Yuha today, I don't know whether it was on his end or mine, but we had a lot of freezing. His voice didn't fuck up though. Your voice was getting all weird. So
my voice is fucked up as it is.
you're fine now. Go ahead.
All right, cool. The hell was I saying? I don't even know.
Well, you're saying Vermont and appreciating.
Oh, Vermont.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's just the setting of it was beautiful. So the album settled in. But yeah, so for me, the first 7 songs on this album are all ultra mega
Damn.
bangers.
Look at you go, girl.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking 10 out of 10 out of 10. One better than the next. How the fuck did they do it? This wonderful, magnificent, proggy, just beautiful fucking thing that just comes up and takes you over. Really, really amazing song. Then we go into like the catchy stuff, Message in the Amber, Daughter of Hate is like fucking got that bad blood feel to it, that heavy feel.
Yes, it does.
And then you're into the Golden Elk, which I don't know. I run out of words. It's so fucking catchy and beautiful. And again, Joutsen's voice just perfectly suited. Wrong Direction has that really wistful kind of self-reflective lyrical direction. Again, they're writing about a specific myth, and you can apply that song to anywhere and any time. That's what makes stories so good. That they're not. It's not totally stuck in the ancient Finnish mythology. You can apply it to your own life. Heart of the Giant is just an absolute fucking wonder. Again with the death metal verse. And so my daughter was 8, I think, when this album came out, and I played it in the car a lot for her, and she really took a liking to Heart of the Giant. And I think that's the one with one of the lines is, I was carried by the rapids. And he says it, I was carried by, and and you're never going to hear, you're always going to hear this now, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to inflict it on you. It sounds like he's saying, I was carried by the rabbits.
The rabbits.
Yeah. So, my daughter always says that I was carried by the rabbits.
The rabbits.
Yeah. And
it's like their Watership Down song.
There you go. And of course, We Are Cursed has that like anthem. Grain of Sand is great. Now, a very good memory attached to seeing them on this tour with Annika. Amongst Stars is, I like them when they had this female guest vocal thing that they seem to be doing now. I'm mixed on it. It was cool live. She's a wonder. She is such a great singer and a great person.
Wow. Yeah.
It wasn't crazy about Amongst Stars. It's good.
It's all right. Yeah, it's one of my
it.
favorite tracks.
Yeah, I feel so bad because as I get to know these people, you feel so. So I was seeing them in upstate New York in Albany, which is not too far from me, and it was like kind of a, the show was not greatly attended, so they had a lot of just hangout time after, and I got fucking annihilated with them in Dark Tranquility and Moonspell, and nice. Santeri gave me his microwave dinner, like he was like, "You're hungry." Here, and the guy these are the best people on earth. So Essa and Annika wanted to go to they were a little hungry, and there was a Cumberland like a deli right around the corner, gas station.
Okay.
So I walked with them, and we went and I wound up, my claim to fame is I bought Annika peanut M&Ms. That's my
nice. Look at you.
Took a nice picture. She's just such a doll. And I told them, I said, between the Gatherings album Mandillion and Amorphis' album Elegy, at the time that those were out and I was listening to them, I remember I had a devastating breakup. And those albums reminded me of that girl, and I couldn't listen to them for like a whole year. They were just
we've all been there, dude.
Yeah, and I said I want to thank both of you for doing this to me, for like fucking me up for like a year. And they were laughing. They're like, "Oh, that's what it's about. If the music can have an effect on you." It was just such a sweet memory. They're two of the best people on the planet, and
cool.
Yeah. So anyway, back. Nope.
Uh-oh. We lost you, Nick.
How am I now?
You're back.
Can't wait to pay these guys on $280 a month.
Yeah, unfortunately, your picture's not great, but your voice is back. So we'll just deal with it for 2 more albums.
All right. Well,
One more
anyway,
album.
To wrap it up, Brother and Sister. That's a song that my daughter loves to this day, and it's one of my favorites on the album. Again, a bonus track.
I was going to say it's a bonus. Yeah.
It's so wonderfully structured. They just shit out these melodic wonders. Like they're blessed, this band. I mean, they are fucking blessed. It's not common that this happens.
No, you're right. I mean, they're 14 albums in, and there really isn't, other than one shitty album, there really isn't any bad. There isn't really any what I would call kind of mediocre albums. I mean, even you could argue the Beginning of Times or maybe Am Universum aren't great. I do like Am Universum quite a bit, but they're still a cut above what a lot of bands could ever produce.
Yeah, and yeah, you're right. And I mean, Queen of Time is just a fucking statement. Like, if God forbid they had called it quits at that time? Like, imagine going out on that high. Like, I'm very glad they
Mhm.
didn't. But it's just a masterpiece. I have it at like 9.2 or um 9 classics. I'm including Honey Flow on that. I fucking love Honey Flow. And then the other songs are really, really good and could and even the I'm not crazy about the Amongst Stars having a female vocal, but whatever, we'll give it to him. It's still wonderful, and thank God for this album because it's one you can listen to lift you up anytime. And yeah, they made a
So
statement
of the Tommy J period, would this be the one you would point to?
as the best Tommy J.
Yeah.
It's tough. The nostalgia wrapped up in Silent Waters
Okay.
works against it, but yeah, you know what? At the end of the day, it may very well be the best Tommy Joutsen album for me. It's very close with
Okay.
Red Cloud and Silent Waters. It's hard.
No, I know that this is not an easy band to rank. Although I didn't struggle as hard as I thought I would, but not an easy band to rank. So some bands, those albums are going to go at the end. I only knew my first album that I put down was the one I hated, so I put that one at the bottom right away.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, I know what's going to go on the bottom, but I really struggled the top 7 or 8 albums. It was difficult. So I got a couple quick thoughts, and then we'll wrap this up with one more and do our ranking. Um, where am I at? Damn it.
You still got me and Pete on this record too. Don't forget.
Oh, I got to do. Oh, all you guys? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're right. God damn it. I'm sorry. Pete, go for it.
I was going to say, Nick, if your daughter was 8 when this came out, then she'd be the same age as my daughter. So if you have any tips on how to deal with a teenage daughter, I'm all ears.
I'll try to put some together if I find any.
Well, how old's your daughter, Nick?
13.
Okay, and yours is 13 too, Peter?
14. So
Yeah,
14?
right around.
yeah. So yeah.
Mine's
tough time.
mine's only 26. So you got, because Nick earlier said we're all about the same age here. Not quite. I'm
Not quite.
the same age as Pete. I'm actually a little older than him. So I'm looking at my 59th coming up in March. So yeah, but it doesn't matter, man. When it comes to the music, we're all the same age. We just it's the
Gen X.
unifying.
We're all Gen X.
Yeah, it's the unifying factor, right? So go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, just is a band like I said, following on from the sort of new direction they've taken on the previous album, the bringing in this kind of lush orchestration and kind of Middle Eastern type vibes with it. So yeah, the B is a great opener. Heavy riffs, deep as hell growls, really catchy chorus in this one. For me, this is like this song just beats you into the ground. It's a banger, maybe not a mega banger, but it's a banger. Another great opening as is their modus operandi. Message in the Amber, another top track, real folky intro. It's like they've taken, I've noted here, it's like they've taken the best of the old early 2000s folk scene and made it cool again, because that scene got a bit twee. And like I said in the previous album, they have this knack of taking sounds and just perfecting them. The exotic Arabic melody blends in well with the heavy guitars and the folk melody. There's almost like opera singing then.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
On this with the orchestration. And again, I noted down that another band similar, well, Orpheland, but another band that I would kind of say would be like a peer would be Therion.
No, for sure. Yes.
Taking this sound on board, but then I put but better.
Yeah, the problem with Therion is that Christian got so far up his own ass that I just lost it after about the 4th or 5th album. Where I was like, I'm just not as into this. It got too orchestrated, too over the top for me.
Well, okay, we got a side note. I have everything. I absolutely love Therion. I've seen him multiple times, and when he went and did his own opera, the 3 CD set,
Mm-hmm.
I seen that live. That was just amazing. I was in awe of that.
He's
The
amazing
performance.
musician. I just kind of fell off after what's the fourth one called? Lemuria.
Lemuria and Sirius B.
Yeah, those were my last ones that I got. I just didn't.
They're the last ones that I absolutely unequivocally loved. And
Yeah,
Pete, if you ever want to do a deep dive on Therion, or Jeff, or any of you, Jimmy, that I fucking love Therion, that era.
I'll
I
need
can
to
go
dig
on
into it.
and
a
on
little
and on
deeper.
about Therion.
With
So
the
I'm right
Neiman
there
Brothers, yeah, that was a great
with
era.
you. Neiman Brothers.
Yeah. So I noted down here this song's nearly 7 minutes long, but it goes by too quickly for me. Daughter of Hate, again, another a massive sounding song. And we got, I know Jimmy mightn't, I know he doesn't like this, but we got the sax coming in the song.
Fuck
kind
you!
of
I
a-
love the sax. Fuck all you motherfuckers that don't like sax. Fuck off.
I like it in
the
that
sax.
song. I do.
Give me the sax. Give me more sax and violence. Oh wait, that's not what I meant. But go ahead.
Yeah. I like how the operatic chanting adds a bit of drama as well to the song. And Catatonia was mentioned before. I have a wee note down here. I get sort of vibes of Viva Emptiness era Catatonia on this track.
Yeah.
Golden Elk, another top song, very epic sounding. Wrong Direction. For me, this is like a typical Essa song. He just writes it so well. Mid-pace first, really up-tempo chorus, bringing in the tin whistle in this one here in the midsection. Heart of a Giant, another big sounding song. I love how the synth solo and guitar solo trade off in this one.
Yes.
It's really good.
Yes, I agree with you on that. That's a great point. Yep.
Another banger. We Accursed, heavy track. For me, I thought this was a heavy track for Santeri. I love how the keys and orchestration are prominent once again. Again, this is where a bit of proggy sort of shifts in the
Jethro Tull again. Yep.
Yeah, it's an epic, uplifting, dynamic song. Grain of Sand, again, more Middle Eastern type feel to this track as well. For me, I thought this was something slightly different in their typical song sort of composition. And it's weird. I think it was sort of touched upon before. When they're not afraid to try something different, and when they do, you appreciate it for moving away from the maybe 4-song template or whatever it was you mentioned.
The template thing, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you do appreciate it, and you know that they can do it. But at the same time, you love it when they go back to, the next one follows with one of those.
Yeah, it's funny
templates.
that you say that. That's a really good point. Where if they suddenly went so way outside things, you'd be like, "What the fuck are they doing?" But they always kind of rope it back into the kind of the comfort zone when they do jump outside the lines a little bit. Yeah,
and that's something special that they could do that. For me, anyways. Among Stars. Yeah, I like the dual vocals in that one here. Didn't have it down as a banger or anything either. Piers on the Coast.
I think that's Pyres.
Pyres on the Coast, yeah. Another heavy epic song. I don't have Honey Flow on my CD, but I did listen to it on YouTube, and it was a great song. I'd had as Mountains Crumble, and then brought that brother and sister track, both Santeri and I think Ola co-wrote as Mountains Crumble. From what I could check on my booklet.
Say that again. What was that?
So Ola, he had a co-writing credit for that.
Yeah, Ollie wrote As Mountains Crumble.
Yeah. So yeah, two top songs to see out the album. Yeah, it's bonus tracks, which are great tracks. So,
all right, Jimmy, you are up. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize I jumped ahead of you there. Be right back.
It's all good.
Jimmy, talk a little bit. Be right back.
Yeah, man. I was certainly not ready for this album either. Like after the Red Cloud, I guess it was a couple years, right? It felt like it was just a year. I was like, shit, they already got a new one out.
Great.
and I was like, just not prepared for this album. I was like, because I didn't think that they could top Red Cloud. And when I first heard this, I was kind of like a little hesitant because I was like, okay, they're going real big on this one. Like there's a lot more going on. There's more orchestral, there's more layers, there's choirs, there's so that could easily go south. And it doesn't always go south for bands that do that, but it can. And yeah, I mean, this album is the Amorphis album that, well, and there's a couple of other ones as well, but this one is these guys can do some goofy stuff and or just interesting choices and totally get away with it and totally make it work. And they do a lot of that on this album, just in terms of like, and I'll get into it like with some of the songs, but I mean, The Bee is just an amazing opening track. And there's just so much going on in it. I mean, but like Jeff said, they always have the banger to start with. There's so many good ones on here. I mean, Message in the Amber, I love. It's got that sort of that folky minstrel kind of thing going on, but it's like got a total layer of moods on that song. It just because it's really bright and uplifting, and then it goes into the verse, and it's just like totally dark, so it really just effortlessly moves through these different moods that really works well. Daughter of Hate, love the dark riffs on this. Golden Elk, is that next? Amazing standard. I mean, that's just another one of those Amorphous template songs that just are fucking great. I can like almost like interchange that with other songs that they've done before, but it's just so good. Like it just fits every time when they do one like that.
That's a very elegy song to me.
Oh, totally. Yeah. And it's just, I mean, it's got the, their trademark on that one. Let's see. Wrong Direction. I mean, I think that was the first track I heard, because it was the single, and I was a little hesitant at first, but it's an awesome song. And I agree. It's just like you can totally just see your life and kind of with the way that the lyrics go, and just completely feel like, yep, that kind of was similar to what I went through. But let's see, Heart of the Giants. I mean, this is where, like I was saying, like they could just get away with stuff that, like, I mean, the chorus is when he's growling, it's totally like a disco part in a way, but it doesn't work. So good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heart of the Giant. Yeah. Such a great song. I love that one. And then We Accursed. I mean, that's another one where in the middle, you got this little folky minstrel thing going on that's just like almost kind of goofy, but it fucking works, man.
It's Jethro Tull, dude.
Yeah, dude. And then the
Jethro Tull, patented Jethro Tull.
Yeah, dude. And the guitar like comes.
Go listen to fucking Songs from the Wood, man. You'll hear that in that fucking album.
Wait, Jimmy.
Yeah. Okay.
Jimmy, is it any goofier or unexpected than the disco part of the song Cares off of Elegy?
Oh, totally. No, we talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that.
It's in that same vein, yeah.
Yeah, and there was
I don't care.
There's the disco part in Magic and Mayhem as well.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah, they can get away with that shit and it works. I mean, it's great. And Grain of Sand, great. I mean, yeah, I kind of agreed on Amongst the Stars. I mean, it's total sugar pop bubblegum titty, but I mean, it fucking rules. I like it. Total just pop, Amorphous pop. I love it. And I just love the Pyres on the Coast, because that like has a kind of a different vibe from the rest of the record. Perfect way to go out with that song. It's a little more, I want to say dark, but just a little more somber, I guess.
It's more pensive.
Yeah.
Very kind of you're in that mood, and you just I have some thoughts on that.
They could have. I mean, it's I think I still like Red Cloud a little bit better than this one, but I mean, it's just like it's just as interchangeable as Skyforger and Silent Waters are for me, and that it would just be hard to pick a favorite. Now, I do feel like it's just like, God, they could almost just do no wrong with this, because like they just went crazy big on this and totally made it work when it could have like easily fell flat in trying to like shove too much into the songs. But man, it sounds just so effortless to me, and just so like it's just seamless. you know, all the layers that are going on here. It just still sounds like really catchy and just the great melodies. And yeah, man, the artwork, I love how they got the, you know, the finish hammer or whatever that is there as the nose. But I just love the layers once again, how they work the bee in there. And oh yeah, man, fucking great record. And I saw them same tour that you saw, Nick. It was them and Dark Tranquility and Moonspell and Omnium Gatherum. I remember Omnium Gatherum blew my mind that night, and I really got into that band. But yeah, man, and they that was the last time I saw them. It wasn't the best venue in Denver, but they still sounded.
Did you miss them this trip around, or did they not come to Denver?
I was gonna say I was gonna bring that up at some point, but I'm kicking myself. But I missed them. They were here a couple weeks ago, and not one of my favorite venues either. But it was kind of one of those weird things where, like, now that, like, you know, my job situation, like, it's hard to make it up to Denver for weeknight shows.
Yeah.
So like I just figured this is not my favorite venue. I'll just wait maybe till next time they come, since they've been coming a good bit. And plus the night before was that Spectral Voice show.
Oh, you went to the Spectral Voice. That's right.
Yeah, and it was the night before, so it had really been hard to make both work, and I really wanted to see that show. So, but yeah, dude, I mean, you're going to be blown away when you see them.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm super excited. So my thoughts on this one, I don't quite think it's Red Cloud. It's close. It's very close. I mean, literally, we're talking like, you know, an RCH. You know what that is, right?
An angstrom.
Yes, there you go. But man, the bee, man, that fucking song, man, holy fuck! I love Tangerine Dream. I love a lot of keyboard shit because I'm a prog nerd. And when you get those sequence intro keyboard things going, and you're like, you cannot hear the intro to that song and not go, I want to hear the rest of this.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't do it. I don't care if you're a metalhead or you're a fucking pop head or you're a fucking jazz dude. You're going to hear those notes and you're going to go, whoa, I bring a little bit more. I want to hear a little bit more. Just a killer fucking track. Again, heavy riffs on this one. You got the Arabic, Middle Eastern sounding stuff. And then, you know, what you mentioned, Jimmy, or not Jimmy, Peter, I think, was there's haunting ethereal female vocals from Noah N-O-A Grumman, I believe. And you hear her in the background. She accents it so perfectly, man, because it just takes the top of it off. And it makes you go, wow. Like, it gives it this... we keep using the same words like we always do. But it gives it this mystical, magical kind of vibe. So that might be the greatest opener of the Joutsen period. It's hard to say, but it's pretty fucking good, man. Message in Amber, another big anthemic epic track, very proggy, very reminiscent of Elegy. The hymnal choir part at the end is a new twist. They didn't really do that before that I hear. And maybe you correct me, but I don't ever recall hearing like big, vast choirs like in that song, which is very cool. So again, you talk about them being willing to take chances and doing things that maybe, you know, another typical mellow death band might, you know, would Carcass ever put that kind of shit on their album? Nah, probably not. Right. Would In Flames? Probably not. So At the Gates? Probably not. So they're, you know, I keep saying this band was a death metal band, a Finnish death doom metal band. They're more of a heavy metal prog band, but not a prog metal band. They're a prog band that plays in a metal genre. So when I say prog metal, what do you think of? Who's the first band you think of when I say prog metal?
Dream Theater.
Dream Theater, exactly.
Right.
Or Stradivarius, or Symphony X, or whatever. There's 9 million of those fucking bands out there, and there's only about 5 of them that are good. And I love prog metal, but Cynic maybe a little bit, but they're prog death.
Mm-hmm.
But this band is only really a death metal band because of Tommy's growls anymore. They just don't have that thing anymore, and that's perfectly fucking fine. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. They're still one of my favorite bands because they just write great albums and great songs. So real quick to run through the songs here. Daughter of Hate. Ah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Nuclear
All the
banger.
riffs in that motherfucker. That's that. And then what's in
Dark
that song
riff.
too? What else is in that song?
Saxophone.
Saxophone. Yeah. There you go. Jeff likes his saxophone, man. The Golden Elk, maybe one of the best songs they've ever written. It's just absolutely stunning, man. That spooky intro, then the sweet arpeggiated harmony guitars, and then you get in that fierce kind of heavy verse section with Tommy growling, and then you go into that melodic minor transition into the chorus where it's not even really a definitive chorus. It you know what I mean? It's not like Ziggy played guitars. You know where he's going with that. It has its own sort of vibe, and I love the proggy, folky metalness of the Golden Elk. Another killer track. Wrong Direction, super cool intros, sequenced synth riffs. Again, like on the B, they got the sequencer going. Similar to the B, super catchy, atmospheric track. Love the shuffling staccato chugging behind the vocals in the verse. Very cool, but kind of a patented transition to the chorus on that one. I like it. It's a little less than those first couple of tracks. Heart of the Giant, man. I mean, Jimmy, you mentioned it, but one thing you didn't bring up was the intro is very bluesy, man. And Asa they don't do the blues thing that often. They don't do the typical, 12-bar blues, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jimi Hendrix thing. They tend to work in Dorian or Phrygian or some of those modes that are outside that, right? And this one, the beginning of it is very bluesy, man. Very bluesy, but it's cool, man. It's a great song. And again, we get into the wait. Let me make sure. A lot of orchestrations and synths on this track, but then it kind of builds into a galloper, and it's kind of an amorphous maiden galloper in the latter half of the track. It's just got. I'm sorry, but I hear the gallop in there, the maiden sort of thing. But I love that track. Another standout track. We Accursed, very folky on the intro, lilting, but it hits the arena level quickly, and it's got a lot of Jethro Tull moments in the track. Grain of Sand. Here's a weird one. I hear sitar, and then I hear Ennio Morricone. I hear Good, Bad, and the Ugly, the soundtrack stuff. If you listen close, you will hear it on that intro a little bit. It transitions out of it fairly quickly, but it's there. And then you've got, what I wrote was here, it could have been a TV theme about medieval times. I love Tommy's death growls on that one. Some of the best growls on the album. Amongst the Stars, very folky, very Celtic, very beautiful. Annika sounds amazing as usual. Sounds huge and super melodic. It's a solid track, not a giant track for me. So I think we all agree there. And then Pyres on the Coast, as usual, an Amorphis closing track is always a treat in most cases. And this one is a huge. I love this song, man. I think this song is fucking amazing, man. And but what's interesting about it, instead of rising to that epic, gigantic thing, it's more of a down tempo, reflective song where you're kind of in your own head as it's just a beautiful song, man. And again, you've got a lot of folky Finnish stuff going on there. I mean, that's always part of their mix. And then the only song that I listened to was that Akira Takasaki. I'm like, I gotta hear this. And Honey Flow is the song with Akira Takasaki of Loudness. It's a solid track. It's very Finnish folk, very folky, that song. Not Asian at all. So wasn't what I expected. And it's a good song. Akira's lead is kind of a little weird in it. I don't know if it really belongs in it that way, but hey, Wade, what's going on, dude? And so there you go. I give that a 9.25 out of 10. So if you've been following me, I think all my shit's been an 8 and above. I might add a 7.5 for one, but I don't think so. So, all right, last one. Peter, we'll start with you. Give me one moment here, if you would. And we had the most recent album, came out in 2022. Fascination came out February 11th, 22. Fascination Street, Isola Music, and Sonic Pump. It's on Atomic Fire, which we should note is one of the guys that started the Nuclear Blast. Sold out and developed Atomic Fire, but I believe Atomic Fire is already gone because I think Reigning Phoenix took over. He renamed it to Reigning Phoenix, which is the new Opeth and the new that live album in Tavastia from. I think that's Nick. You have that Tavastia sitting there.
I do.
What's the label on that? Is that Reigning Phoenix? I think it is.
Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm almost sure it is. I've seen Moonspell once, way back with Catatonia, and
Queen of Time at Tavastia?
yeah.
It says Atomic Fire.
Oh, it is Atomic Fire. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I asked Opu about that. I'm like, who's Reigning Phoenix? This was before I knew that the new Opeth was coming out. And he explained that it was the guy that used to own Nuclear Blast. So I'm not, maybe there's 2 labels, imprints that came out of that. I mean, Nuclear Blast sold the assets to the company, but then the 2 guys or the 1 guy that started it was allowed to keep an imprint and take the artists he wanted. So he took all the choice guys like Amorphis and Opeth and a couple of those dudes. So, okay, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, so I would say this probably of the Tommy Joutsen era, this is the one I'm least familiar with. I did buy it at the time. I was buying a lot of music around this time, so listened to it, shelved it, and then took it out for the deep dive. And what you're saying, Jimmy, earlier, that if this is part of a trilogy, then that makes sense. So I see it as the kind of following on from the previous 2 albums. My initial sort of revisit to it is probably not as strong, but maybe that's just down to lack of familiarization with the album. But Northwards, as usual, another big opener, really proggy. The orchestration's there. I like the wee flute parts in it. Into Dark Waters. Yeah, for me, this is a really strong Essa song. That typical template he likes to bring in. Great growls on the first, cleans on the chorus. Really cool chugging guitar riff. I do like The Moon, Santeri's first track in the album. And I like the way they bring in the sax. Makes an appearance now, once again on the album. But for me, from what was memorable in this one is Windmane. Really heavy hit track here, lots of proggy riffs,
Yes.
subtle keys. I like the transition at the halfway point when it goes into a really up-tempo kind of rocker with really cool synth guitar solos. It does sort of go into the slower part. I would just probably wouldn't have minded that their up-tempo piece lasting a wee bit longer. I would like to hear more of that there in their song, but
that's a fair assessment.
A New Land, back to Essa's song, so you're going to get a bit of a heavier track here. Some female vocals on this track as well. Wee bit of sitar kicks in, and then that synth guitar solo again reappears. Really like that track. When the Gods Came, this one was quite got a quite proggy sort of feel from this parts. 7 Roads Come Together, down here, banger, one of my favorites on the album. Heavy riffs, sense orchestration,
Great
dynamic
track.
song, really great melody throughout this one. War was another one I really liked. Kind of exotic, that Arabic guitar intro, leading into the heavy riffs. Sounds really big. Again, the typical growls in the first, cleans in the chorus. but they do it so well, so I'm not going to really complain about it. I like the operatic sort of choral vocals, again bringing in that drama to proceedings, and I've noted down that one was a banger for me as well. Halo, the title track. I did like the back and female vocals in this song. That come in around the chorus. I did note down here this one took me a couple of listens just to sort of get really into, but once it did, I did appreciate that song. Love the riff on the Wolf, one of my favorites in the album. Tommy K writes the next one, My Name Is Night. The female vocalist here, Petronella.
Yeah, there's two different ones, Petronella
Yeah.
Nettermalm, and then the other one is Noah Grumman, who sang on
Yeah.
prior stuff. Yeah.
But I've noted down here that Petronella has an absolutely beautiful voice. I just love listening to her. Not a typical Tommy K song, and a bit of an outlier on the album for me, but absolutely I really enjoyed this song. So I did. Yeah, and that's what I have down. I think it must have been the last one I have in my copy. But again, I need to go back and spin this one a bit more, get familiar with it. I kind of left it to the end because it was the last one in the
Same here.
chronological order.
Yep.
And I kind of regretted that because I only listened to it today. I think I sent you a message, Jeff. I was leaving work. I wanted to get home and get it a listen before we did this. And
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I only got one listen of this in, so my opinion on this might not be as great. And maybe Nick and Jimmy have better feels for it. But I think it's still a very, very good album. But I don't feel real confident in my assessment of what, because I need more listens to it, and I just didn't get there. You know what I mean? I had. I had fucking 12 Anathema albums and EPs to go through, and I had to listen to the new Swallow the Sun, and I'm like, motherfucker, man, how am I going to do all this? Like, I know I don't work because of my illness, but, you know, you guys know, some of you, especially Jimmy knows, you know, I struggle with a lot of shit, and sitting and listening to 14 or 15 or 18 albums in the span of 4 or 5 days, where you're noting everything, and then you're going back, like in the Anathema case, I listened to everything twice. You're fucking burnt. You're kind of crispy after a little bit, you know. So.
On a side note, did you see that Vinny is a father now?
I did see that, and we mentioned it in the thing. He just had,
did you? Right.
Had his first baby at 51. You go, kid.
Who?
You go. Not gonna be me, man. No thanks.
Who are you guys talking about?
Vinny
Kavanaugh
really? From Anathema. He just had his first kid.
Wow,
that's the beginning of September. I think I don't know this for certain, but I'm pretty sure his wife is at least 10 years younger, maybe a little bit more.
She looked at
and maybe a little bit more. I think she's a little bit more like 15.
She sings with him on the Radicant.
Yeah, I gotta get that.
Oh, that's great.
I did send a message to Daniel Cardoso to see if I could get a hold of Danny somehow to have him on to talk about Weather Systems, which comes out tomorrow. And he hasn't replied, but if you'll note something about, and this is just a quick aside, if you'll note like the new Weather System Instagram page and all that stuff and the Anathema page, you can't comment. There's a reason for that, I think. We won't get into it, but there's a reason for that. And it's kind of weird. And I do, but I will say that I commented on Vince's picture of his baby and gave him the thumbs up and, hey, way to go, man. Good luck. Better you than me. You know, that kind of thing. And he did give me a heart back. So I may try to, I really want to get him on. I did send a message to Vince a couple weeks back, but he may not be looking at that stuff. And I've learned from some of my buddies in the music thing that have Instagram pages that there's, and I didn't know this until a little while back myself, there's 3 layers of actual DMs can go to different places. And I get all these fucking porn ones and all these like, buy my jewelry and all the, buy my clothing here and all that shit. And, that goes into like a request file. And every now and again I look at it, I just wipe it out because it's nothing pertinent to me. And then there's a general file and a private file. And I could have sent him a DM and it went in the shit pile and he just dumped it. So
Jeff, if you get Vincent Cavanaugh, I'll take like a couple of Quaaludes so I can calm down. But you got to have me on that.
I love Vinny, man. I met him twice. He's such a sweetheart. And I will tell you straight the fuck up, that guy's voice,
Oh, what a voice.
almost unfuckable. That guy's voice is from where he came from the Silent Enigma to where he finished.
The emotion.
Oh my God!
His voice.
You'll find this out. I'm gonna just give a little taster here. When we get to part 2, I love all the Death Doom stuff. I love Silent Enigma. I'm not a big Darren White fan. I never have been. I made it very clear in my opinions. A lot of good music there. I'm just not a fan of his voice at all. Vince is fucking special, man. Special. That guy's voice is special.
I've seen it off a good few times. And see that era, I seen grown men cry, and I was close to tears myself with a few of the songs.
I'm probably gonna be in tears when we get to one album. Which Jimmy, you're gonna be in that, right?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah.
As long as I don't make it too long for you.
99% certainty I'm gonna have to duck out when I talk about one song, because it was the song my ex-fiance Catherine and I had planned as our song for our wedding, and I was watching it on. Oh man, just talking about it right now is hitting me hard. I was watching Universal, the live and Plovdiv thing that they did.
Yeah.
And they did this song, and I didn't even realize it. But I'm sitting there, and I felt something like here, like I thought a hair. I got a lot of hair. I thought my hair was rubbing my beard here. I reached up, and it was fucking tears, and I had no idea I was crying. And
There's no crying in metal.
Huh?
There's no crying in metal. I'm just kidding.
I'm 59 years old almost, Nick. I'll fucking cry if I wanna.
Jeff, I saw Anathema once in New York City. I was on the barrier, and when they played Dreaming Light, that is the song associated with the birth of my daughter.
Oh, don't say that song, dude.
I cried like a bitch, and I don't even care.
That might be the song we're talking about. It's making
maybe it is, maybe it's not. That's one of the best songs ever written by man.
It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I agree.
So when we do that, that's coming up in 2 or 3 weeks. We're gonna have Nick. I'm sorry, we're gonna have. Well, I mean, Nick, if you want to join, you can. But I don't want to make this thing.
No, if I'm able to, I will.
If you're able to, I'll let you know. We haven't gotten there yet, but Steve from Crypt Sermon's going to be involved, and this is. He just sent me 2 messages today. He's like, dude, I can't. I'm into the second half, and I'm freaking out. You don't understand. And I'm like, good. That's what this is all about. Derek from Two Mold's going to be there. Jimmy's going to be there. So, all right, let's move on. Peter, you were done, right?
Yep, that's me done.
Okay. Jimmy, let's do you. I'll let you have the last word, Nick, and then I'll close it out, and then we'll do our ranking quick.
Well, right off the bat, I love the artwork on this one too. I think it's probably my favorite of the trilogy. I don't know why. I can't really put my finger on it. I just love it. I just think it's so cool, and they really did a nice job with these digipacks. You can't really see it on the camera, but it's like nice and glossy. And
is that 2 CDs or 1? It looks like it has 2 play tracks.
It's just 1 actually, but it's a nicely done digipack, unlike most digipacks.
Yeah, right.
This one's a little, it's just the way to do it. It's a little harder. It's harder to bend, and it's just much nicer job on it.
Thicker cardstock and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah. So they definitely did good there. Yeah, I mean, this one's tough because they came off 2 amazingly strong albums that are just. I mean, I didn't think they'd be able to top the Red Cloud, and they nearly did with Queen of Time. I mean, because they're both just such stellar records. And so, I mean, that's a lot to follow up here, and maybe that has something to do with my own thoughts about this record. I do think it's a good record. I don't think it's nearly quite on the level of the 2 predecessors. And it's interesting that, this is like the third of a trilogy. It almost kind of feels like, to me, like, I don't know if they had this planned out or if this was stuff that they truly wrote after the last 2 records. I don't know that that's what you would do if you do a trilogy. If you have all of it planned, maybe it's just a concept, or if you actually have all the music written, I'm sure it differs, with bands that do, you know, a trilogy concept kind of thing. Yeah, it's just like I think they kind of took it back down a little bit. Like they didn't go as crazy epic as they did on Queen with just the orchestrations, the layering, everything. It's a little bit of a darker record, which I like. And it's got, you know, it's the trademark Amorphis. I mean, as we know, I feel like the record is pretty top heavy.
I agree.
Like I would say tracks, you know, northwards through northwards through the first 4 tracks are great. I love The Moon. That's some great keyboard stuff going on there, really kind of dark and just magical kind of stuff. I mean, the vibe here kind of fits more with, like, you know, say like Silent Waters or even just like Elegy kind of stuff.
Good point.
But Windmane, like Peter was saying, that's probably my favorite song on here. It's just such a cool, kind of a different sort of song for them, that like didn't instantly grab me, but once I listened to it a few times, it was like, yeah, that's probably my favorite song on here.
Yep.
Just a cool
which one, Jimmy?
Windmane, the fourth track.
Killer track.
It's so good. Whereas, you know, like the opener is good. It's a typical, you know, opening of the album song, but just not quite as on the level of the last 2 openers. And then on the Dark Waters, kind of catchy, but like, you know, it's not as strong for me as it exists as one of those sort of like template Amorphous tracks, but still good. But as we get to later in the record, it kind of loses me a little bit. Not that it's not good, it just doesn't hook me as much as like I expect. Or you know, what really great Amorphous does is hook you like crazy.
All the way through, right?
You know, and so like the second half, like there's definitely some good stuff going on. I don't know that I've really connected with the second half of this record yet. Like maybe I haven't listened to it enough, but it didn't instantly, like a lot of it didn't instantly grab me. But some interesting notes about, like, for example, When the Gods Came, because Nick, you were talking about like how Halloween kind of had a similar thing with Darius and bringing, I don't know what it was, but I notated on When the Gods Came, there's some Perfect Gentlemen on that track. Go back and listen to, I don't remember exactly where it is because I can't hear it in my head right now, but there's, I don't know if it was the melody or what it was, but it just sounded like something from Perfect Gentlemen for some reason. But you know, there's some good heavy stuff with War and Wolf. I like the title track, it's pretty solid, but for the most part, yeah, I mean, like that's for me, the first half of the record is the best. And maybe they kind of you know, they kind of topped out a little bit here, but I mean, I can't blame them whatsoever, just coming off the 2 albums they did. That's just insane, you know. And you can't, every album cannot be Red Cloud, or, you know, it's just not gonna.
Right.
So this one definitely does have a bit of a different vibe to it. I like the vibe here. And so, you know, here we are 2 years later. I mean, they're typically every 2 or 3 years they have a new record. So I would assume something's coming pretty soon.
I would think 25. There's definitely a record on
25. Yeah, I'm thinking. And you know, guys, what an amazing career this band has had. You know, it's just
have any of you guys checked out the Octopoloid thing from Opu?
No, I don't think
I didn't check it out yet. Did you, Peter?
No, not yet. I've noted.
I've heard a lot of really, really good things about it. Very 70s psyche and kind of trippy and psychedelic and stuff. So I'm kind of I wanted to have him back on, but then he was going out on tour. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably hit him up when I talk to him down there on Saturday, or when we talk to him, Nick, get him back on to talk about Octoploid, because I've heard a lot of killer stuff about it. I just
Jeff,
check it out.
Probably appreciate Barren Earth, right?
I don't know them, dude.
So that was his band. He came back.
Who was it?
I believe Oli Pekka.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Be certain. But
there's somebody else big in that band too, isn't there?
Yes. So they're not. I don't think they're. Oh no, they're still listed as active.
The guitar player for Creators in that band.
Yeah, Oli Pekka was or still is technically listed in that band. So you have Sammy Elisernio, who we know from Creator.
Ah, that's the one. Yeah.
You have a few Finnish.
Well, you got Marco from Moon Sorrow and October Falls,
and Vargrov, which is a phenomenal,
Yes,
symphonic black metal band from Finland.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah,
Oli has been quite active even when he wasn't in Amorphis. I think Earth could exist with his. He's like a scientific genius, and he's
No kidding.
he had some. Yeah, he definitely had a Finnish government science type scientific application type job. And then I think he made the decision, like, all right, we'll go back, go into Amorphis full time. I interviewed
he's a cool
him.
guy. He's a cool guy, man. Really
Yeah,
cool.
I interviewed him about 5 years ago, and just a coolest fucking dude.
Jimmy, are you wrapped, or do you
What's
need a
that?
few more minutes?
Say what?
Jimmy, are you wrapped, or do we need a few more
Oh, I'm
minutes?
sorry.
Yeah, no, that was pretty much it. I was just saying it's fucking amazing career this band has had. I mean, it's just like when we did the Enslaved deep dive. I mean, that was, there's very few bands I could say that have had pretty much excellent records. Every record, every record, there's some lows and highs, but I mean, the lows are even pretty high for me. I mean, even Far from the Sun is not that, probably their worst one, but there's still songs on that album that I like.
I'll put it this way too. How many bands you own that you really want to be a completist with? I mean, I have those bands, you know what I mean? There's many of them, but oftentimes there's two or three look, man, everybody knows my favorite band is Jimmy.
Rush.
Right. We had to bring it up. We have to. We always have to. But Rush has two or three kind of dogs. Not horrible albums. They're just not great. Roll the Bones, I'm looking at you,
Yeah.
Fucking Test for Echo, I'm definitely looking at you.
Counterparts.
What? Which one did you say?
Counterparts.
Oh, Counterparts is good. Get out of here, fucker. The other one I would probably throw in that realm would be Rush, the opener, the debut album. But then I'm a weirdo that loves Caress of Steel, so who knows. But anyway, but I mean, again, you rarely. I can honestly say, personally, with Amorphis, they have one really truly not good album for me. That when I put it on, it was like instant. Like the third song in, I'm like, fuck, I remember why I hated this album. It sucks. It just was what it was. And I will never listen to that album again. This was the only reason to listen to it. But no offense, Passy. It just is not your finest moment, not the band's finest moment. So, all right, Nick, you're up on this. Then we'll do our quick hits on the.
Yes. There's the vinyl. I got it in some kind of a giant box set because I'm.
Oh, nice.
I'm a lunatic.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Okay, let me just get into it real quick. Sorry.
Did you get that at Steve's or did you get it online?
Online through their distro out there.
Right,
yeah.
right.
So Halo, yeah. I, like you guys were saying, I started to feel a little bit of maybe samey, little like they're going through the motions just a little tiny bit. And again, we can't stress enough. This is when you're comparing a discography to itself.
Yes, good point.
Yeah. So a little bit. I think there's going to be a shakeup. Not in the lineup. I'm saying I think there's going to be a creative shakeup on the next go around, possibly in the production department. Jens is an amazing producer, and I think he squeezed a lot out of them.
Sure.
And he works with them in the sense, I think they are tinkerers, they are perfectionists. And I think one of the things that Jens brought to the table with them was they would do their takes, do their parts, and then he would be like, now get the fuck out. And he would make them get out and not be able, and he would tinker and do his thing. And they almost weren't allowed to go back in and say, wait a minute. And he brought out some unbelievable qualities in them. So hail to Jens, and he absolutely is part of the reason that they've had such success. Now to the songs. I put On the Dark Waters is probably my favorite. I love that swing, that adventurous swing to it. Windmane, A New Land, When the Gods Came, Seven Roads Come Together. That middle section of the album is all 10 out of 10 for me. War is good. Halo is great. Halo is an ultra banger to me. I really love the chorus. The album was a grower, and Halo was one of the first ones that really stepped in on the Dark Water. You know, the On the Dark Water stepped in to say, okay, this album's The Wolf is good. I'm not a night. Just not a big. Just it's beautiful and everything, but it just I don't know. It doesn't.
The last track.
It doesn't resonate with me so much. Like pretty much.
Hey Nick.
Yeah.
Hey Nick, hang on a sec, bro. We're getting robot voice.
God damn it.
We're almost there, man. 15 more minutes tops. All right. That poor guy. We'll let him come back quick here, and then we'll get my quick rundown and there we go. Let's give it a try now. You were locking up, freezing up. Now you're good.
Dude, I'm gonna go. You know what I pay for internet? Like this
I bet. Yeah.
Unacceptable. Fucking. I don't know what you didn't hear. 6 classics, good songs. It's like I got it up there pretty high. I mean, it's pretty good. It's more than pretty good. It's very good. But
Yeah.
I think you're going to see them shake it up a little bit, and who knows where they're going to go. It's going to be. I'm excited. But it is
We're gonna ask him on Saturday. We'll get the scoop, a little bit of a scoop, maybe.
Yeah, I hung out with Tommy K in Finland.
Oh, cool.
A little bit. Yeah, every time I go there for Steelfest or whatever, we get together for a little while.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think they're just. I think you'll see a little bit of a shakeup creatively, and who knows where they're going to go. And I'm excited. I do think Halo is a very, very good album.
It is. It's a good album. Again, we have to keep reiterating it. They really don't have any bad albums except for one, in my opinion. But almost everything is, an 80 or above if you're grading on a 100 score. Just some are better than others. Some have more standout tracks than others. So I got a couple quick thoughts, and then we'll do our rankings and get everybody off to bed, especially Peter. I know, Nick, you probably got to get crashed here soon. What time is it? 10:15. Okay, we'll get wrapped here by 10:30. So on this one, as I said, this one was the one that I am least familiar with. I do not own this one, and I do not own Queen of Time. I need to buy both of those. I have everything else, multiple copies, vinyl of some, CD of some. But for some reason, these last two, I've been dealing with a lot of fucking heavy shit, and it's just they never seem to make it into the next things I want to purchase. And I have the most bizarre purchasing habits. It's like fucking Jesus Christ. What the fuck did I buy? Oh, it doesn't matter. I just go, suddenly I'm like, oh, I don't have those. I got to get those. And then I'll forget about something else I've been planning to buy. I make a list, then I can't find my list. So even on my phone, I struggle with it. But this one didn't really come into my purview until today. I'm going to be honest with you. I only listened to this once. So my assessment of this is to be taken with a grain of salt. But I will say Northwards, pretty ambitious track, kind of everything in the kitchen sink stylistically in this one really works super well. It's vastly different from what they've been doing, but not really, if that makes any sense. There's elements of it that sound kind of new, but when you really drill down in, they're probably not. On Dark Water is kind of a typical Amorphis track, super good, but not that different from what they've been doing for the last 15 years. But on this one, the solo is killer, and Tommy's bark is super intense. The Moon, huge arena Muse vibes, kind of, but still flying underneath it all, as in not overtly pop, okay? But there are some pop elements to that song. Then it gets kind of weirdly funky. There's a little element of the Moon that gets you can kind of do that, Huggy Bear type thing, right? But a great track. Arena heavy rock, that's what it is. Windmane, kind of standard Amorphis with the melodies, but some very cool twisting, spidery guitar riffs under the vocals. Really cool vocals by Tommy on the chorus, and some dissonance in there here and there. I hear a little bit of dissonance, which is cool. A New Land, not bad, but nothing special either to me. When the Gods Came, solid track. 7 roads come together. The B sequence synths are back. Huge and galloping, epic arena vibes, but you can say that about a lot of Amorphis tracks, quite frankly, in the Tommy J era. Pretty good sound. War, very atmospheric intro and huge melodic riffs cascade in, but it's kind of not nothing new to me, that song. Halo's kind of the weird track on here. It's a very different sounding track until you get to the chorus. Then it becomes kind of standard Amorphis. This is funny. You guys are talking about it being a top-heavy album, Jimmy, I believe, and I believe, Nick, you agreed with that. I kind of really like the last 2 tracks. The Wolf, to me, might be the heaviest fucking track they've done in a long time, man. There are slamming riffs in that thing. And you got the tremolo pickness. You don't hear a lot of tremolo picking in their playing, typically. And when I say tremolo, I'm talking like blackened something, with black overtones to it. We're not talking fucking Mayhem here, or that kind of thing, or freaking Bloodheim type shit from Enslaved. It's not that kind of tremolo picking, but it is very noticeably tremolo pick. And then the more acoustic instrumentation of that song really suits the song, and it's oh no, I'm sorry, I jumped out of the sequence here. The riffy sections are killer, and Tommy sounds fucking lethal on that. I love The Wolf. That's great. And I kind of like My Name is the Night. It's a beautiful closer. Female co-lead vocals are great. It's not Annika, but she's good. She's real good. Very acoustic in nature, quite a bit of it, right? And that kind of gets heavy at the very last minute and a half or so. But it's not really like a mega banger heavy track at the end. It's just a very subtle, beautiful sort of song. And as I said, I kind of ran out of time to get to this one because I had all that other shit going on. A lot of medical bullshit here in the last 2 weeks. But I rate this as a 7.5. But here's the deal. I have a feeling when I get it, I'm going to listen to it more frequently over and over, and I'm going to come to a different thought process. I'm probably like an 8.5, somewhere in that range. Yeah. So as far as where they go from here next, who knows? But we do know this, that the core of the band doesn't settle to put out shitty albums. Even if they do kind of follow a bit of a formula, that formula is very tried and true and works very well. And all the songs generally are exceptionally good. I'm trying to remember, did we really shit on any singular song today? I don't think we did. Like on any of these albums, did we?
No.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
No.
And that's kind of unusual, You could do that with maybe Far From the Sun, or maybe a little bit on Am Universum, maybe a little bit. But you can't really do that with these albums. The standard of quality is always up here, and they maintain that. And Nick and I hopefully are going to get to catch them day after tomorrow down in Baltimore, and that'll be really, really cool. We're going to round robin it. We're going to start at 14 and work our way up, but we'll just round robin. If you don't have to say anything about your choice, but you can. Just make it relatively brief because we want to get out of here in about 10, 15 minutes at most. So I'll start. What's my least favorite album, guys?
Probably all of ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah.
Has anyone not have Far From the Sun as their least favorite album? Okay, moving on to number 13. I have Halo here simply because I don't know it well enough, so I don't feel good about putting it any higher. It's probably not an honest reflection on this album. It's just that I don't have enough time with it and should have more time with it. So I'm going with Halo at 13. It's probably higher on the rest of yours, but I'm going with that. So, Nick, what you got?
So Jeff, just a quick question. The number of studio albums. So I have the 11, original studio albums. What are the other 3 that you've got counted?
Now there were 14.
What am I missing?
Hold on.
Let me get the.
So if we start from the debut, Krillian, Tales, Elegy.
Yeah, so you got
Tunella,
Carillion,
Universal.
Tunella.
So you were counting Magic and Mayhem, and you were counting
No.
No.
what?
Hang on. Carillion Isthmus, number 1. Tales, Elegy, Tuonela, Am Universum.
Oh,
Far
okay.
From-
I'm with you now. I just had a brain fart.
Yeah, Eclipse, Silent Water, Skyforger. Right. So
I
you
had
might
a
be
brain.
missing. You might be missing Tuonela and Am Universum.
I'm no. You know what my problem is? When I ranked them, I did a 1 and 1A, 3 and 3A, like an idiot.
Oh well, you can do that. You can do that. That's
No,
okay.
no, no,
That's
no.
fine.
I'll give you actual
All right.
solid.
All right. So we want number 13.
Yeah, my bad. Woof. I'm a little brain farted.
All right.
My number 13 is Am Universum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to
two
say
out
why?
of 10 elite songs. 2 out of 10 elite songs.
Okay. I disagree. I think there's better. And Jimmy, I think you were a little surprised that one was better than you remembered it, but you didn't feel as strongly as I did about it. I like the first 6 or 7 songs. There's a little bit of cheese on there, 1 or 2 tracks. There is one track in there that has the sax on it that I like, but it kind of sounds like an 80s teen movie, like a John Waters flick sax thing, you know? So I get that. I fully get that. So, all right, Jimmy, you're up. Number 13.
Yeah, Am Universum for me as well for number
Wow.
13. But I still really dig that record. So,
Peter, number 13.
Well, I went for Circle, which kind of surprised me when I did rank it that it was that low. But like I said earlier, nostalgia probably in my head had it higher.
All right. For me, Beginning of Times is my number 12. It's a solid album. It's just, I don't know. It just seems a little uninspired for me overall. That one has 3 or 4 really good songs and 4 or 5 or 6 okay songs that I, quite frankly, if you threw them on another album and I didn't realize that you'd done that, I probably wouldn't know. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't know. Nick, what you got for number 12?
Tuonela.
You bastard, you. I don't like you anymore, man.
Title track, Greed, and Summer's End are elite monsters.
All right. Well, you're not gonna be shocked to know that 2L is way up for me. All right, Jimmy, what do you got?
Beginning of Times is number 12 for me. Good record, but just not as strong as some of the other ones. But good record nonetheless. Yeah.
Did I get everybody for 12? I did, right?
Mine is
Oh, sorry.
Universal. Just down to I don't reach for it that often. So
Peter doing me hard like this. God damn it. I get it. I totally get it. Because I'll be honest with you, before we did the first part, Jimmy, I think I remember saying to you, man, I think that album really fucking blows from my memory. And then I went back to it, I'm like, whoa, this is pretty good. But again, that's pretty proggy, that album, a lot of it. I mean, proggy, like weird proggy. And I kind of dig that one. So, fuck, hang on. Where are we at? 11, right?
Yep.
All right, number 11 for me is going to be Circle. I like it a lot. I do think it's a really good album, but I do think the high points excel over the median stuff. The median stuff is good, and there is definitely a decidedly different sound, especially the guitars a little bit. There's definitely, so that might be that Peter Tackren thing. But I think there's still some very, very excellent songs on that album. So that's not a throwaway one. If you're going to if you're going to get into this band, to me, that's one you're probably going to still want to own. All right, Nick?
Circle as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
Same sort of vibes?
Yeah, it's that Peter Tatrigan. I don't mean to keep bringing it up. He's a good dude in his own. He's done a lot of good things.
Sure.
Didn't work so well here. So yeah.
Jimmy, what you got for number 11?
Excuse me. Tunella is number 11 for me. But that doesn't mean I don't like the record. It's a good record for sure. It's just one that I don't reach for as much when I reach for Amorphis. But I dig that era of Amorphis. I think it's really cool what they tried to do with that album and Am Universum. And I even like some of the songs on Far From the Sun. I mean, I don't hate the record. I mean, most of it's not very good, but there are, 3 or 4 good songs on it. But Tunella, that was a really cool experiment. But given how strong everything is coming up, I mean, that's where it ranks 11.
And actually, I think I misspoke earlier. I think I said I came in at Lakes. That's not true. The first one I actually came in was Tuanello, because somebody on the Porcupine Tree message board way back in like 2001. I think that was that 2000 or 2001. 2000.
99.
Oh, 99.
Albums?
Yeah, somebody was telling me on that board. They're like, dude, you got to check out this band, Amorphis, man. They sound like super cool, folky Finnish Pink Floyd. I'm like, I'm in, and I grabbed 2-0. So you talked about it, Nick. Nostalgia does shit. It does, but for me, when I went back to that album, it didn't drop. It wasn't like, oh, what the hell was I thinking with this album? Very high. You'll see in a minute. Peter, what you got for?
So I went.
Wait, did I say mine or are we? Wait, no, did. Where were we at? I'm sorry. Yeah, Peter, you're last on this one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I went for the beginning of time, just a bit too long. But like I said earlier, maybe if they looked at the sequencing of the songs, I mightn't have felt as long. Plus, it came off the back of 3 absolutely stellar albums preceding it. So.
Yeah, I agree. That's part of the problem with that one for sure. Okay. Next up for me is, you guys aren't gonna like me so much here. I went with Silent Waters. I like that album a lot. I really do. I thought I liked it a little more when I was doing my ranking, but I just couldn't put it above the ones that are above it for me. Weirdly enough, and one of those is going to be Am Universum, which you guys are going to shit all over. So, but I like Silent Waters. Absolutely a piece you need if you're collecting this band's material. It doesn't quite do it for me like it does for you guys. So, all right, Nick, we are at number
10.
Yes.
10? Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, there's no wrong answers here, guys. It's all, 10 for me, and it's very, very close to the one in front of it, so I'm going with Carillion Isthmus. Is kind of, that it's so different than what they became, but it's still really awesome, really great rhythms in that fucking album. I think it's a probably overrated album by people who refuse to like anything Amorphis did after Tales, but underrated by everybody who loves Amorphis beyond Tales.
Yeah. That's probably the choice of yours that I'm most surprised by. Because knowing your taste generally overall from watching you for a couple years with Pete and with what's his name, Blaine, or what's his name?
Ryan?
No, the young guy in Georgia.
Bryce,
yeah. I would have thought Carillion would have been in the top 5 for you, so that's interesting.
If you want to ask me what some of the top, like, growling, grinding death metal was from the early 90s from Europe, it would be way higher. But compared to Amorphis' own discography,
I got you. That's a great way of looking at it. Yeah, great way of looking at it. All right, Jimmy, what you got for number? Oh shit! Hold on, number 10 or 9?
10, yeah. Halo will be number 10 for me, and I hate to rank it down so low because it's a good record. It's just I still feel like I haven't really quite connected with this one as much as I feel like I should. So I don't know. It might rank higher once I maybe have sat with it longer. I mean, we've already had it for a while. I listened to it a couple times when I bought it, and I hadn't returned to it until this deep dive. And I don't know. It does feel like it could potentially be a grower that I haven't spent enough time with. But just given what's ahead of this, it's still an awesome record. But it's number 10 for me.
Okay. Peter?
Same. Halo for me, number 10. Just like Jimmy was saying, I think this has potential to maybe move up the ranks if it was to revisit this, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's how I definitely feel about that one too. I just didn't have enough time to kind of really draw a real perception of the whole thing. All right, so one that I kind of thought would be a little higher, but a couple jumped in there and jumped way above it. Skyforger, great album. Absolutely a must if you're collecting this band's catalog. Do not snooze on this one. But there's 8 better ones for me. There just is. That's me. So, especially in the third era, there's 3 albums that I rank higher than this one in the Tommy J era. So, Nick,
For me, it's just by a little bit is Eclipse. Yeah, the first Tommy album. Yeah, I put that right there, just above Carillion Isthmus.
okay, sounds good. Jimmy, Jim,
Wait, which one are we on?
we're on number 9.
Oh, okay. For me is Circle is number 9. I put this one just a little bit higher than Halo, just because there's a lot of songs I really love on this album. You know, it's
The real
it's
high points
definitely-
on that album are really high, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely a weird one, you know, for the Tommy era. But I don't know, man. It just some of those songs really hooked me on that record. So that's that for Circle.
All right, Peter.
So I went for Tuanella. And the song came out around the time, I think, said part 1, where I was starting to get into old prog music and stuff. So
Oh shit!
I started to
I
appreciate
didn't move
it.
you in there. Sorry about that. I didn't move you.
Oh, no, you're
I'm
okay.
sitting here
So-
scratching my back and I'm all blown up. It's like we don't do things professionally here at all. Let's just put it that way. That it? That it?
Yeah. That's it.
Tunella? Peter, it was great knowing you, man. I really appreciate you joining me for all these things, but we just can't be friends anymore after that. I mean, I try,
Nice.
man.
And this 9 in this catalog is actually quite.
I'm
I
busting.
guess that's all of us because he had it higher than me and Nick did.
I know he did, right? And you guys are gonna be like, "What the fuck? You have it that high?" All right, for me, I've got Queen of Time at 8. I need to know this album a little better because I'd only heard it a handful of times before jamming it today. In fact, to kind of reacquaint myself, I think it's a killer album. I need to buy it, obviously, and I do rank 2 Joutsen albums slightly above it. So that's mine. Queen of Time at number 8. Nick?
Coming up now is Beginning of Times with 8 elite songs out of 12.
Wow. Yeah, you're the odd man out on that one. You dig that one a lot more than both the other 3 of us here, interestingly. And that's what's great about these things. You know,
Yeah.
you discover other people's, and they may be able to sway you a little bit and go, hey, you need to go back to that and listen to this or listen to that, because we all hear shit differently. And it's like sometimes a band, you know, that you think isn't that great, your buddy may listen to it and go, dude, are you serious? You got to re-listen to this. And then you come back to it. I mean, a good example of that is the latest, the Spectral Voice album. I did not like it much. Now, compared to the first album, I don't think it's as good. But I didn't like it the first 3 or 4 times I spun it. And then I think I was talking to Brian. Brian's like, dude, you got to give that a couple spins, like back to back to back. And then I saw him a couple times. Saw him in, you know, at MDF, and I saw him up at TVI in Brooklyn. And man, it changed. That's definitely one of my top 10, 12 albums for the end of the year. So, okay. I think we're at Jimmy, right?
The next one for me would be the Carillion Isthmus, and I hate to rank this one so low because I love it so much. I agree with what Nick said. I mean, if you would have asked me, like, top 10 favorite like 90s death metal records, this was probably in there. And it's different from all those records too, in just the right ways. But given just the immense works that these guys have done, I can't, you know, like, it's so hard to just rank this entire discography, but it's a great record. But everything coming up before it, I like more. So,
all righty, Peter. Oh, well, that's me.
Yeah, so when I finalized this list, this one surprised me. I thought it'd be higher, but Skyforger.
At number 7, is that
Number 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like you. I was very surprised mine dropped as far as I thought that would have been a top 3 or 4 for me, and it just because of part 1 and part 2, it just really that one really dropped a lot more for me than I expected. All right, I'm gonna go for it. You guys are gonna shit all over me here for this, but I'm going with Am Universum at 7. I think the strong parts of that album are really fucking cool, man. I very inventive, very creative, very chance taking. There are a couple tracks that are not that great, but overall, I favored that one quite a bit. And I think the other thing that jumped out at me too was just how much, until Far From the Sun, how much I dug Passy's vocals. He had a very unique sound. It was kind of a grungy sound in a weird way, and kind of a nasal. You know, he had a little bit of that, but it just works. You know, it worked. So great album, great album. All right, Nick, you're at number 7.
Yep. I will not shit upon you, sir. You may love what you love. It's all amorphous. This is where I'll put Halo after listening to the shit out of it. Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
Good on
Right
you, man. Good
Above
on you.
beginning of times. Yeah. Yeah.
You really do dig the later stuff quite a bit. Yeah.
I do. I appreciate what they're doing. And yeah, I listened to it a lot, Halo, over the last little while to prepare for this, to prepare for the tour. And because I'm always getting new stuff, I listened to it a lot and then I didn't. So going back to it maybe a year later after it came out, I'm like, yeah, you know, I think it's wild. I like it a lot. I still think they need a little shake up, but it's hard. It's hard to be godlike all the time.
It sure is, yeah.
You know, but it's good. It's very good.
It's funny you mentioned the always buying stuff and always getting stuff in. It's funny because I don't know how familiar. I think both you guys are, Jimmy and Peter. You guys are familiar with Sea of Tranquility and Pardo, right?
Oh yeah.
And I mean, like, I don't know what it's like to go into his fucking house. Obviously, I don't know if you've been there, Nick, but like. Yeah. He must have the most understanding wife in the world, number 1.
She's wonderful.
And number 2, he literally has an entire motherfucking room, floor to ceiling, of shit. Like just CDs, box sets, guitars. I have a lot of fucking stuff. There's guitars all over my wall. But I'm a beginner compared to that dude. It's not even funny. And I have like 5,000 CDs and probably 400 vinyl now. It's crazy. I know both you guys have crazy amounts of stuff too, but Pardo's on a different level, you know. All right, Jimmy, what you got for where we at? 7, right?
Number 6. So the next 5 are pretty much all interchangeable. Hard for me to pick, but the next one would be Eclipse, and
we're at number 6, aren't we?
7.
7 for
7.
This is the last of the 7s.
Oh, last of the 7. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So Eclipse, number 7, awesome Tommy debut. I love that record. It's pretty much a 9 out of 10 for me.
All right, Pete.
Yeah, Eclipse for me as well. This was the album that brought me back after a couple of years of being away. So
I have Eclipse at 6, one above you guys. I love that album, man. It's a great album. And again, like everybody said, once Far Away From the Sun came out, and I was like, all right, done with that band. I heard this. I heard Silent Waters, and I went, oh, they got a new singer, and that fucking guy rules. Like, what is this his first album? Then I looked in, it was Eclipse, and I favor Eclipse a little bit over that one. So, all right, Nick.
Skyforger.
Nice.
Yeah, we're at with this. So I ranked a percentage based on elite songs per number of songs on the album.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way I had to make.
I got you. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
So I'm just adhering to that. So Beginning of Times gets us into the 90s out of 100. So Beginning of Times, and then I did Halo, and now Skyforger. Now we're in the 9 out of over 9 out of 10s.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
That's a good way to do it. I tend to be a little more gut reactionary to all the stuff, like the actual,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Mhm.
I'm pretty liberal though. I give a fuck ton of 9s, man. So, all right, Jimmy, hang on.
Well, that's a perfect way to judge Amorphis as well, because it really does come down to just
Decimal
the
point.
individual tracks and just how
Yeah.
much you love every song. You know what I mean? Because they're I don't want to call them an anthemic band, but it is kind of in a way. They're just
Oh,
like
for sure, for
you
sure.
can judge it. You can judge an album just by how many that are just like it's an amazing track. And like compared to like a say like a black metal record that has like 12-minute songs or whatever, you may judge that a little bit differently.
Right.
But I like it. It's a good way to do it. Queen of Time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 6. Queen of Time. Fucking. I mean, from here everything's amazing. It's possible. Like I said, these next few are just all interchangeable, but amazing record.
All right, Peter. Oh, hang
We're on
on.
the same path at the minute. Jimmy, I have Queen of Time as well. Though if I was to score it, it's going to be scored more or less tied with the next one. So yeah, could be changed around, but Queen of Time for me, 6.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. You guys have already beat it into the ground, but these top 5 or so, just buy them. Just go get them. Go fucking buy them, man. You will. If you're disappointed, I'll give your money back. No, I won't. but no, I won't. But just I'll say that I will. So
Yeah.
you're not gonna dislike any of these albums. Trust me. For me, number 5 is Under the Red Sky. I think it's the best Tommy Joutsen album. The one that's close is Eclipse, and Queen of Time is very close there too. But this one does it, man. If we're going by tracks, this is the one that knocks my socks off. So, all right, and Nick, we are at number 5 for you.
Yeah, so my 5 and 4 are tied with each other. Even in my mathematical calculations, they're tied. But because this album has one less track, they both did. So this album has 10 out of 12 elite songs. The other one is 11 out of 13. So I don't know, math. I'm going to say Under the Red Cloud.
You sure you don't want to do rock, paper, scissors, or
Maybe. No, Under the Red Cloud. We'll put her there. We'll put her there. Yeah.
Cool. Not you can't go wrong with it. You just can't go wrong. Jimmy. Sorry.
Number 5.
Mhm.
Okay. Skyforger for me. I could have probably ranked this one a little lower, but there's a heavy nostalgia factor with that record for me, just from my 30s, and I pretty much love every single song on it. So,
oh yeah,
that's always a good way to go, man. Always a good way to go. Peter, number 5.
So I went for Silent Waters.
nice.
And I like the sort of slight dark atmosphere in that one. But like I said earlier, it's a Queen of Time just before it, or at number 6, but could have been changed around.
Yeah, I think Silent Waters is the one I'm struggling with the most of my picks because I feel like it should be a lot higher, but I just couldn't justify it. Now, I guess maybe I could have put it there instead of Am Universum, but I'm not going to do it. All right. Good. So we're down. I apologize, guys. I got a frog in my throat here. Number 4. Damn it. Number 4 for me is Tales of Thousand Lakes. Love that album, but there are 3 that I truly like a little bit more. So, Nick?
Fair enough, sir. God, 4th, right? Queen of Time.
Yeah.
I didn't say that yet, right? Yeah, no,
Nope.
Queen of Time. Little tiny sliver that you can interchange above Under the Red Cloud, but it stands as my I don't know what it stands as. Yeah, it's fucking
Your favorite Joutsen?
No, because there's one more I put above.
Oh, you got one more yet? Okay.
that. Yeah, but Queen of Time is really up there in Amorphis.
It's a killer album, man.
Yeah.
Killer album. All right, Jimmy, number 4.
Under the Red Cloud is number 4 for me. Interchangeable with number 3 pretty much, but because it's a perfect record almost, yeah, Under the Red Cloud, number 4.
All right, Peter?
Yeah, same. Under the Red Cloud, my favorite.
You and
Tommy
Jimmy,
Joutsen.
man, you've been
getting
puffing
pretty
the
close.
same fumes.
I would show you my list, but you'll see my top three. But I'm probably just a typical mine, or my top three are just
Great minds think alike, for sure.
That's right.
absolutely.
Yeah,
My
that's right.
top three are set in stone.
All right, I'm going with Karelian Isthmus as number 3. I
Nice.
love that album. When we did part 1, I was like, "Holy fuckski!" I'm gonna talk like J Dog. Holy fuckski, broski! That album floored me. I think it's one of the best '90s death metal albums ever. Mainly because it just doesn't sound like hardly anyone else. Tommy's growl is fucking insanely guttural and cool. And when you look at him, you're like, that dude's doing that? That's weird. And they're just, the riffs are different. And I don't know. It's just a fucking great album. And I ended up, how about Jimmy? I think I went out that night and grabbed, or maybe it was a day or two before. I was like, I got to get this album. And I got the reissue of the turquoise thing. And it sounds amazing. It's a killer album. So, all right, Nick, we are at number 3 for you.
I got to see them perform Sign from the North Side when they first had Tommy.
Did you really?
Yes.
Nice.
Silent Waters, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little nostalgia factor. It's a little bit of just what it is, man. It's probably still Queen of Time and Under the Red Cloud came close to unseating it, but it's, yeah, and we're talking slivers. But
Yeah.
I got to throw that in. The Silent Waters is number 3.
We're talking decimal points of difference, right?
Mhm.
To get all math like on us. Okay,
Yeah.
Jimmy, number 3, number 3.
Silent Waters for me as well, number 3.
Hey, you.
And also heavy nostalgia factor for that record. But I mean, otherwise Red Cloud might have came a little bit above over it. But Silent Waters is that's the Amorphis that I really love, is that dark and, you know, just, but a lot of different vibes and just that period of time. Amazing record. I love it so much. So number 3.
Awesome. Peter, what happened there? There we go. Peter, number 3. We're almost there, guys.
Karelian Isthmus, and it's like we said in part 1, the first song I ever heard from it was in Death Is Just the Beginning, part 2, Son of Usli, and the fact there was a death metal band singing about a story from Irish mythology, from stuff that happened near where I live, so it was just amazing, and all the folk stuff they wrote about, I was in love with the band straight away. It was one of the first death metal bands I ever got into back then. So.
It's killer album.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 2 for me. Let me see where I'm at here. If you had to guess, what's number 2, Jimmy?
Tunella.
You got it. Tunella is number 2. Very, very, very fine line between that and my number 1, but just a hair's breadth of difference. I really like Tunella, man. I love that album, and when I revisit, I was like, "Holy fuck! Why isn't this out more often?" And me spinning this more often, and then I went, "Oh, it's because you have 8 million fucking things in the queue you haven't listened to yet, you dumb fuck." That's pretty much why, you know. Nick,
Number 2.
Man.
Elegy. And it's interchangeable with my number 1, but it's one of the most important pieces of music in my life.
that's
It's
cool.
hatched from dudes that never made music together again, and I think 2 or 3 of them weren't even into metal at all, and there was a lot of, I think they were supposed to do it at Sunlight Studios, and that got fucked up.
That was it.
Yep.
Yep.
And they wound up with all that last minute duct taping it together, wound up making something that will
Breathtaking.
forever, they will lay me down, and it'll be one of the greatest things I've ever heard in my life. But there's still one more.
It's a breathtaking album. There's no question about it. So, Jimmy, what you got number 2?
Elegy as well for me. Amazing. I mean, I think, Nick, you pretty much said it best, man. It's an absolutely special record that's never been replicated, and I think in a lot of ways paved the way for the rest of this band's career, even though none of their stuff necessarily sounds like Elegy. I think everything they've done since then is in the spirit of Elegy.
That's a great way of putting it.
And it's a beautiful record that's should not be missed for anybody, you know.
All right, Peter, number 2.
Elegy for me as well. You guys summed it up, but as I said in part 1, to me, this is a summer album. This always reminds me of summer.
Yes.
Came out when I was finishing high school and ready to start university, so great times, exciting times, and it was an exciting album.
Yeah. So for me, Elegy is number 1. This album still blows my mind when I listen to it. I listen to it and I go, holy fuck, man. Like, I'd have to go look at the track listing, but I can't think of one. Let me look at something real quick here. I can't think of one track that's not a mega banger, man. I mean, I'm just looking real quick. Man, so fucking good. Elegy, the title track. Holy balls, man. What a song, man.
Oof.
It's just so fucking good. And yeah, they never replicated it, and maybe to some extent they've tried to capture it at points, but they've never copied it or tried to copy it and make another one. They've just done the best they could to facilitate all the influences that came into that. And certainly, there was prog even on Tales, but this album is when the prog came to stay. You know what I mean? And by prog, I don't necessarily mean the wank of prog. I mean the experimentation, the desire to go out, color outside the lines, and not be, well, yeah, we were a death metal band in the first 2 things, and then we had a little bit of keyboards, but we got to go back to that because that's what our bread and butter is. Now they were like, nah, fuck it, man. Let's just go that way, onward and upward, and figure something out that nobody's ever really done quite like that before. And so Elegy is absolutely critical. If you're going to get into this band, you got to get that album for no excuses. So, all right. So, Nick, you are Tales.
Mm-hmm. My number 1. This is the CD I bought right after, shortly after it came out, probably a year later. Yeah, man.
How old are you here? You're not that old. Right?
I'm 48, and I.
So how are you for that album?
Oh, how old was I?
Yeah, 96.
I was 18 when I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was 18 when I got this. Right? 18 turning 19, yeah, and then 20 for Elegy. What can I say about Tales from a Thousand Lakes? It's one of the single most important pieces of music in my life. There's not much else like it. I definitely went on to, as I do today, to really love the rougher, more obscure end of folk metal and pagan, Viking, whatever you want to call it, that strain of metal that is, it gets lauded as much as it gets made fun of. I don't give a fuck, obviously. Tales from a Thousand Lakes was something that reached that into that strange headspace of like proggy death. I can't even, words don't even describe it. It's just this. I can listen to the whole thing. I often, will listen to the whole thing at once. My 2 favorite active bands today are, Iron Maiden, of course, is Iron Maiden, but Amorphis and Primordial are my 2 just untouchable fucking forever bands, and that can pretty much do no wrong. And this one sits atop that mountain of awesomeness right here. The logo, the artwork.
I was just going to say the artwork, man. That album sounds like what that artwork looks like.
Yeah, the strange.
It's very evocative of that, right?
Yeah, yep. And just the way they put it together, the Moog keyboards by Casper Martinson. We hardly knew ye.
Yeah, we hardly knew ye.
Yeah. Just so fucking weird and cool, and a Thomas Skogsberg production from Stunlight Studios, Yeah, just wow, what a lifetime album of incredibleness. Perfect. There is no dull moment. There is no lost note on here. It is the absolute pinnacle.
So Jimmy's also Tales, right?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it any better than Nick just now.
Well, hang on one sec. So your Tales, and Peter, your Tales as well, right?
That's correct.
So I was tails at 4. Holy fuckski, man! But I did have LG as number 1. So we were all, we were all fairly close in those final 4 or 5, where it was like you can't deny those. So go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's something about the '90s stuff, dude. That it's just pure magic. Everything that came out of that era. This was just totally different than anything else, and still to this day, I don't feel like it's ever been really touched in terms of. I mean, fucking even Amorphis did Doom better than anybody, and there's a lot of that on here, and I just love that everything about to the cover art, to the vibe, to the, it just it's pure escapism for me, and I love escapism in music. That's big elements of music that I dig, as in black metal and things like that. For me, this record takes me on a journey to a place that I often want to be when I'm at work or I'm in traffic or whatever it is, and I see that cover art in my head, and the music transports me right there. It's just it's more than music. It's just pure magic, man. And has all the elements of everything that I like in music. And yeah, I agreed, man. It's a very important piece of music for me as well in my life. And I mean, it's a bold statement to pick as your favorite, I think, even though a lot of people would, with the immense work that this band has done of amazing music. But it's unto itself, just like LG is to itself. It's both those records are completely different, but you can tell it's the same band, and they're both just unto themselves. Nobody can touch them.
Hell yeah.
All right, Peter. Last word on Tails.
Yeah, Blue Album covers in the 90s. It's going to be quality.
Oh yeah.
I mean, for me, 1994 is one of my favorite years in metal. For all the black metal stuff, all the pioneering albums came out, but also for all those bands that want to take metal or death metal somewhere new and do something different. And Amorphis is one. Emission Part 1 that year also for me. Tiamat's Wild Honey. These are special albums where bands did something completely different and bringing in the folkiness, the melodies, putting in the doom was just something different. And yeah, two guys summed it up as well. That cover just takes you away to special places.
Yeah.
Bastille places, yeah.
Yeah, that album cover is one of the most iconic, I think, in metal or death metal or whatever. It's just something about it that just, it's so killer. And I just got it on vinyl, Nick, it's probably put away. I don't know if it's in that group there, but yeah, it's just, and when it's blown up, it's even cooler. You know what I mean? Yeah. Awesome.
I have it on vinyl in a few different versions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The sickness. I'm going to go to this view. Let me see. Hold on.
Nothing wrong with having that record in quite a few different formats.
Multiple copies. Yeah.
Variants.
Amen.
No problem with that.
Couple quick things here. First of all, Jimmy, what do you have coming up or going on? Anything major? You just did drop a hiking video, about a week ago, 10 days ago, somewhere around there?
Yeah, it was kind of like a compilation video from the summer because I have just not been able to really get out and shoot much. I'm actually hoping to do a shoot this weekend, but we'll see. But yeah, hopefully a couple more shoots before the winter sets in. Going to the Blood Incantation release show tomorrow night.
Yeah.
In Boulder. And yeah, man. I mean, yeah, not much else than, as far as the channel goes. Yeah, just hopefully a couple more, some more hiking videos coming up. And, obviously streams for year end. Hopefully a couple more deep dives with you. But yeah, man.
We're going to do the
That
anathema.
video was a bitch to put together, and it's like shorter, but because I had so much footage, it took me forever. But pretty happy with the way it came out. Really went to some pretty magical places in the San Juans. So it's
Yeah, you do go
music.
cool places, man. I wish I was healthy enough to do some of those with you, but hopefully I'll get out there in Denver at the beginning of December.
I hope you make it, man. Yeah.
Cross our fingers. It's still a ways away. Peter, what's new on your channel? Just kidding. Dude, you do like the most comprehensive fucking write-ups on Instagram. You might as well just get on YouTube. I know you have a tough time there at home.
I
You have a
probably
tough
should
time
do.
with your situation. I get it.
Yeah, but no, it's coming to the time of year where I like to dive into my old Doom albums and Death Doom stuff. And
One of these days, we'll let Nick see your man cave with your incredibly harrowing as fuck what do you call storage for your CDs.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have no idea how the fuck you find anything, man.
it took me ages to find those CDs.
That's
I
why I
was
hate joining other people on their streams
Yeah.
because I got to go dig for my shit in. Unfortunately, Nick, when COVID hit back in 22, my landlord died and I had to get the hell out of Dodge fast. Like I had 3 weeks to find a new place.
Oof.
And the place that I could afford that was, unfortunately there wasn't any area to put my giant CD racks up. So they're in boxes in like 5 different closets. We're talking like 40 boxes of CDs. And so I've written a lot on them, but then over the years I was pulling stuff and it never made it back to those boxes. So God knows, I'll look for all my anathema shit for part 2, and I probably won't be able to find any of it. But Nick, you got any big things coming up? You got any you are in and out of the Sea of Tranquility thing because of work, but
no, I don't know. But whatever he asked me to that I'm able to do, we're always moving forward with that. And I would love to do some of these deep dives that you guys do.
you're in, dude.
I love that
If it's a
stuff.
band you dig, I'll hit you up and you can let me know. If you want in on that part 2 of Anathema, I'll hit you up when we get a date for it.
Try to make it work. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
We'll have to do the Therion one.
Oh, please. I would love to do Therion.
Well, maybe that would be a Jimmy one. Are you a Therion fan, Jimmy?
I'm not familiar with that band.
I don't really know a lot. Just the first one out.
I suppose I should go check them out because
see, Peter, if you had a channel, you could invite Nick on and do. You two could go nuts on Therion. So, one thing that's coming up fairly soon, in addition to part 2 of Anathema with Steve from Crypt Sermon and Daeva and Derek from Tomb Mold and Dream Unending and Jimmy and maybe Nick. One thing that's coming up is very likely a deep dive of Kate Bush. So not metal, but I love Kate Bush, and I'm probably going to be doing that with John Halm from Agalloch and my buddy Eric Berg, who hasn't been on in a long time, but he really wants to do the Kate Bush thing. So that's in the works. I have an interview next Wednesday with fucking Nasty Ronnie, man, from Nasty Savage. Get that shit. How about that? They have a new album coming out, so that's going to be kind of cool.
That's awesome.
Have him coming up. I have 4 or 5 other people that are in the queue that I'm trying to. I am going to have Cammie Beverly from Oceans of Slumber next week. I just don't know when, either Thursday or Friday. I'm going to have her on. That's a do-over from a month ago when I got sick with COVID so bad. So
she's one of the nicest people in the world.
Oh, she seems super cool. And I met Dauber. Dauber's super cool.
I met her when they were touring with Insomnium a few years ago.
Are you going, Nick? Are you going to Hell's Heroes? Are you planning to, or don't you know yet?
I am.
You and Ryan?
Yep.
All right. I can't plan that far ahead because of my medical issues, but I really want to go, and I'm hoping to go out to Denver in the beginning of December to see the Denver what's it called? Denver Decibel Fest.
Decibel, yep.
Yeah, which should be cool as hell. A lot of great bands on there then. So trying to remember if there's anybody that's watching, please, when you watch these interviews, like today, I've already got this doesn't sound like much to you, Nick, because Pete has fucking 90,000 subscribers. So, but I have 1,300, so it's economies of scale.
Yeah.
But when you go watch my videos and or my interviews, please leave a comment, even if it's, hey, you're a fuckhead, I don't like you. I'll just delete it. But but you can go ahead and put it there. But it really helps me to get these things shared out. And the problem with that is a lot of people don't leave comments on my videos. It's very strange. I don't know if they're scared of me, like they think I'm gonna fucking wig on them, which it could happen. You never know. But I don't know why that is. So I'd appreciate if people would just leave a comment like, "Hey, great interview," or "Hey, that interview sucked," or whatever, or constructive criticism. I'm totally cool with that. And I'm trying to remember. I know there's one thing I'm fucking forgetting. Damn it. I can't remember what it is. So Nick, I'm probably gonna. Well, we'll do this off camera here, but Nick, I really want to thank you so much for investing 4 hours in this. I didn't lie to you. I told you they might be long, and I don't fuck around. We get deep in.
I appreciate you including me. Believe me.
And I do understand when people go, thanks, but I get it because they don't want to spend 4 or 5 hours on doing one of these. But we really do them thoroughly. We get into them and we really go, up to the eyeballs with these things. And it's important work to me, even if it doesn't really mean anything. And again, the group of friends I've cultivated through YouTube and the metal community, I'm sure you feel the same, Nick, and I know Jimmy, you do, Peter. That's the most important part of this, man. The connection of the human side of this and how the music moves us is what it is all about, right? And so sharing that shit with other people and our enthusiasm. I had somebody contact me and was like, dude, I watched that Anathema deep dive and I could just tell the three of you guys were like so fucking into that band. And I do generally sing in my deep dives, but I didn't do it for the Anathema, you lucky guys. Or not Anathema, I mean for Amorphis. I held off because I can't do the death growls, but I was singing a bunch of Anathema tunes the other night. It was not great. Let's just put it that way. But anyways, thanks to everybody that was here. Really appreciate you stopping in. Tim, good to see a mind-melting deep dive on Amorphis. Great opinions given on the albums by all. Awesome guests was Jimmy, Peter, and Nick. Have a good night. Thank you, buddy. Wade, good to see you too, brother. You guys hang on for 1 minute, okay?
Cheers, guys.
All the best.